up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Motorists are set to pay more for fuel after the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority announced an increase in prices set to take effect from today. APRA disclosed that super petrol prices have now increased by 16 shillings and 96 cents, diesel 21 shillings and 32 cents, while kerosene climbed the highest to 33 shillings and 13 cents per litre. The authority's Director General Daniel Kiptoo noted that the increased prices were due to the weighted average cost of imported refined petroleum products.
You have seen the price per metric ton of super petrol go up from $818 in June to $880 in July, and now $947 in August. For diesel, we have seen the price go up from $636 in June to $725 in July to $853 in August. And from where we sit as a regulator, we see this trend continuing towards the end of the year. What you see is just a graphical representation, and you can see where the numbers are going on an upward trend.
The Ministry of Health has unveiled the National Guidelines on Workplace Mental Wellness, signalling a significant step towards addressing the pressing issue of mental health in the country's workforce. Speaking at the launch, Acting Director General of Health, Dr. Patrick Amoth, said that Kenya, like many countries around the globe, is grappling with a mental health crisis within its workforce.
This estimates that 15% of the working population is living with at least one mental health condition. If you contextualize that locally, out of a working population of nearly 25 million people, that translates to nearly 3.7 million people living with a mental health condition. And that is just within the working population.
He further called on employers to offer the required support to their employees in order to deal with mental illness at the workplace and result in productivity.
The managers and supervisors, on the other hand, their role include creating supportive working environment that recognizes abilities and matches tasks with the prerequisite abilities, and also identifying those who are at risk and linking them with the necessary support system.
Asal counties are set to come up with permanent solutions that will improve their access to water. Speaking during a stakeholders meeting in Garissa, Arid and Semi-Arid Lands Development, CS Rebecca Miano said their discussions were aimed at building resilience of communities to climate-related shocks such as drought. She, however, said that they require partnerships and synergy to achieve desired results.
Money laundering and the financing of
Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service Felix Koskei has called for prudent use of the limited public financial resources and zero tolerance to corruption, which he warned was spreading to an industrial scale in the country. Speaking at a meeting with principal secretaries, Koskei said that in the recent past, budget implementation has encountered a number of challenges as demonstrated by the frequent requests for reallocations and additional expenditures. He further said the poor absorption of allocated funds by ministries and departments was worrying to the National Treasury as well as President William Ruto. Human rights organizations have tabled 8 proposals to the government before it decides to roll out the new third-generation IDs known as the Maisha number. In a statement, the groups noted that steps needed for identification system upgrade and reforms are lacking in the new introduction of Maisha number cards. The lobbyists have also asked the government to enact a proper legal framework to govern the system. The family of Jane Mwende Mwanzia, who was killed by strangling in Mlolongo area of Machakos County, has asked the government to step up the investigation process. The autopsy report performed at the Montezuma Mona Lisa Hospital in Machakos has shown that Mwende was killed by strangulation. The family, which has been struggling to know what killed their loved ones, has asked the DCI to bring the truth to book.
Kulingana na ile uchunguzi imefanywa, hakuna pahali ingine imepatikana, ni kunyongwa tu. Maisha yake ilipotea kupitia kwa kunyongwa. Kupitia kwa hao wapelelezi na agency za serikali zote watufanyie haraka ndio familia iweze kupata haki. Juu si kitu ya kufurahisha, na familia kama sisi kama familia tuko na uchungu sana, lakini tunaomba serikali ifanye hima ndio tuweze kupata haki yetu.
That's the Newswire. I'm Lea Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Congratulations. You've seen the hand of the Lord.
Thank you very much. I've earned another title today, this morning at Spice FM. Mama Justice, I don't mind it.
Joel in Kericho.
Salama sana Heri, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama bwana, mambo namna gani?
Salama kabisa bro.
Mambo ya Ina Moi kuliendaje?
Mambo ya Ina Moi, vile nilikwambia ndugu yangu, alienda asubuhi na ile gari ya kwanza.
I must have missed it.
So did I.
Even if somebody wants to render you irrelevant, there is still work you can do.
Okay, sawa.
I deserve to keep you accountable. You deserve to give me a report. You don't work for me. No, I don't work for you. You work for me.
Do you like that Freudian slip? Lovely, isn't it? Thank you very much.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aya, City. Do you like that?
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
I mean, I don't understand. What are they saying? How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So
See?
Your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe.
Good morning. Welcome to Friday. Nothing happening on these Nairobi streets, at least not for now. Maybe a little bit of movement coming in on the thicker superhighway, but that will be later. For now, looks pretty good. We're looking at a little bit of it coming out of Westlands at this point. Getting towards the Westlands roundabout, coming in from Chiromo. All right, so we're probably going to see movement later. Northern Bypass looks pretty good. Let's look at the Eastern Bypass, where there's movement here, going out towards that Roy Junction. Some coming out of Embakasi, heading then out towards North Airport Road, and then through towards the Outer Ring Junction. All right, it looks good for now, folks. Still early for us to see what's going to get into Friday. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X. Keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
Yes,
this is The Situation Room, the only way.
Kenya's biggest conversation this 15th day of September 2000. That day is which one? The one for the song. 21st. It's next week. Okay. What day next week?
18th is Monday, 19th it's Friday. Today is 15th.
Okay.
Plus 7:22. No, it's Thursday.
Okay. So Thursday next week.
Yeah.
You'll play that song.
Okay.
Okay. Sawa. Mambo iko vipi?
Vipi? Iko sawa.
Mambo yako fine.
Mambo yangu fine. Uoni?
Mimi naona wewe. Naona uko sawa.
Wewe ona mimi?
Yes. Naona wewe uko sawa kabisa.
Asante sana.
Yes.
Na wewe uko aje?
Mimi niko fine, thank you mimi.
Fine, thank you yako iko tops.
Mimi niko fine, thank you. Iko ile tops ile.
Yeah.
Ni nini?
Hapana, tulikuwa tunatafuta city na kamera haendi kwake. Kamera ilienda kwa city na hakuna city.
Oh. Haya, kwani city yako?
You just know.
Kwani yako?
Meet the people tour.
Kwani kumeendaje?
Kwani kumeendaje tena?
Bwana, haya maneno yalivyo. Maneno. Vile yalivyo. Ndio huyo ameingia. Bwana. Hebu keti chini tafadhali.
Mimi nakaa chini.
Right.
Good morning, City.
Acha chukue mic hapo kwenye nini. Namna ile. Alafu sasa.
You know, every time I hold this mic in the morning, I have this feeling. You know, it says you watch performing artists. You don't shake a mic. So, Mona? Okay.
So who does it remind you of?
Kuna huyu mwimbaji alikuwa anaitwa Bolton.
Michael? I thought you were going to say Bruce Springsteen.
Today is Michael.
Michael came to mind, and then Tina Turner.
She held the mic like that.
Tina Turner.
Wacha
tu sauti na nyimbo. Performance.
Top.
Utaamini.
Top.
Na navaa heels zingine ambazo ziko na gorofa.
Bas. Na nywele kutoka hapa inaenda ya kila mahali.
Yes.
Heels the what?
Gorofa.
Okay, sorry. What?
Story.
Heels. Gorofa.
Gorofa is not building?
Yeah?
This really confuses me sometimes. Gorofa is not building?
Building ni nyumba bwana.
Oh, stories like levels. Voila.
Gorofa ya 3.
Oh.
Nyumba ya gorofa is a storied building.
It's all coming to me now.
Ina come.
Wewe Nundu iko namna gani?
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Wewe Eric?
Mimi niko sawa.
Alright, hata mimi sisi. Tuko
nyinyi watatu mko sawa.
Mko sawa.
Mshaongeleshana leo asubuhi.
Na sisi kushakubali kwamba sisi iko sawa.
Very good. Everybody, welcome to the conversation. It's Friday, the 15th. Let me tell you, at 7 a.m., so El Nino is coming.
Yes, he is.
Ella nakuja.
And we talked about it yesterday. And we said, my goodness, in fact, these areas that the densely populated, low-income neighborhoods, otherwise known as slums, they have issues. Drainage, the type of houses that they have, the distances between houses, basically. Now, can you imagine when it comes to sanitation? Many of these houses have pit latrines. Okay? Hii mafuriko yote kikuja.
Dani.
What's going to happen? And how has the sanitation issue been addressed in especially urban areas of Nairobi? We'll be joined by two gentlemen at 7 a.m. One of them is Willis Ombai. Willis is the CEO of the Water Sector Trust Fund. This is the government Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation's mobilization arm. They're the ones who look for money for water and sanitation projects.
Okay.
From various areas. Donor support, blah, 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 blah. So he will come and tell us how much funding has actually gone into sanitation for urban areas in the country. And he'll be joined by a gentleman called Anthony Mulinge. Anthony is a managing director of a company called the Fresh Life Initiative.
Okay.
Fresh Life Initiative is involved in urban sanitation projects.
So they have the brush.
So they got now, they know.
Come and paint the picture.
Wako na maneno. 8 a.m. Professor Masahiro Okumura is the director of the Hokkaido University Africa office. We are back to having those conversations about study, live and work in Japan. Remember, the Japanese government is facing a population issue. They will soon not be having young people who can work in the very many companies that they have in Japan and across the world. And they're saying, please, guys, come study in Japan, and also we can give you a work permit. Work here, and you can live here. Professor Masahiro Okumura will be telling us the prospects and opportunities to study in Japan. 8 a.m. At 9 a.m., we'll have another conversation, and this one will be a Health Friday conversation. There, can you imagine, across the globe, 1 in every 4 children is either born underweight, preterm, or small for just their gestational age.
Yeah.
Weight. Okay? 1 in every 4 across the globe. Many of these are things that could have been avoided because of pregnancy complications, and those pregnancy complications can be avoided. Now, we'll be joined by Dr. Helen Nabwera, who is an associate professor and a physician scientist at the Aga Khan University, to talk about that and what they have seen and what they've studied, what needs to be done to help our children be born at the right time, the right weight, and
the right everything.
Yeah. There's something else. Another right.
I could see it disappear.
There's another right something. Okay. Yeah. It's 16 minutes after 6. Good morning. Let's take this weather break. And then we're live streaming, so you know what to do. Tell us where you're locked in from. Like Kaiser Obed, who had a birthday earlier this week, says, I'm already online.
Voila.
Yeah. So are you? Let's know where you're locked in from. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, highs of 22 and lows of 13. We'll see lows of 13 in a partly cloudy Nakuru, going to highs of 26. 23 will be the high in Nyeri, where it's cloudy at 14, and at 13 it's mostly cloudy in Eldoret. With highs of 23, we'll see lows of 12. Mombasa is cloudy at 22, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29 in a mostly clear Malindi at 24. Friday is cloudy in Kisumu, highs of 29 and lows of 19, and Kakamega will see highs of 27 and lows of 16. It's cloudy at 19 in Kampala, highs of 25 and lows of 18, and Dar es Salaam is partly cloudy at 23. We'll see highs of 30 and lows of 22. It's 13 and cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 27 and lows of 12, and Lagos is cloudy at 25, going to highs of 30. It's clear all through in Kinshasa, 25, with highs of 33. We'll see lows of 23. It's a sunny Friday afternoon in Beijing at 25, highs of 29 and lows of 17, while Paris is cloudy at 15. It'll go to highs of 27, and London will see highs of 25, currently cloudy at 14. There's flooding in New York. It's Thursday night. It's clear at 18, coming into Friday, highs of 26 and lows of 15.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Agri Momanyi amesema anawapenda tu bure.
Hivyo tu. Bila malipo.
Free of charge.
Free of charge.
Sawa.
Right, okay. Is there such? Okay. Anyway, Tupac Shakur says Saseni, Chebunyo is a rungu in the Kalenjin language. So somebody told us about Chebunyo yesterday. Yego, you didn't tell us that Chebunyo means rungu? Now we know.
Chebunyo ni rungu.
Rungu.
Sawa.
Monis Janeth said good morning, tuned in from Singapore. Leshan Sancha says, CT Eric and Ndu, good morning, closing the week with a record high price of fuel. I know. Good morning, team. This is Don Sabwa, and he's coming in with our morning Malawian phrase. It is a Lachisanu, that is Friday in Malawi. Enough, we say basi, and tomorrow we say mawa. Thank you is zikomo. My friends, chimwenye. Have a nice weekend. Now, if we put it all together, Lasichanu, basi, mawa, zikomo chimwene.
Basi.
You people have been called somebody's alarm clock. Spice FM, Situation Room, Ndu CT and Eric, Friday imefika indeed. Sir George Gashoiri. Okay. Good morning, and we wish you all a happy weekend. Well, let it be.
Yes.
It's Fushi Day. Hello? King BK says it's Fushi Day. Good morning. Okay. Fuel imepanda at 200 bob. Hapa tunabai 280. Hapa is in Manchester. The Duke of Boisanga says, good morning, guys. As we approach the weekend, let's keep the airwaves vibrant with positivity, entertainment, and informative content. Your voices have the power to uplift us. Okay, be uplifted, Duke. Bash Khalas said, good morning from Nairobi. From Bonnie Lake, aren't the three of you, Eric, CT, and Ndu, great works of your teachers? I'm telling you. Do you remember your teacher's name when you were 6?
6.
Yeah, I remember.
What was his or her name?
My math teacher was called Mr. Chaga.
Did you have a class teacher?
Yes, I think.
What class were you at 6?
See, I was in class 6. I was
No.
out.
No, when you were 6 years old.
6 years old.
Oh, I thought class 6.
No, please. 6 years old. When you started it all.
I don't remember.
Oh, wow. And what about you?
Neither do I.
Allah?
No, 6 years old. I don't remember.
6 years old, that was nursery.
I don't remember. I honestly don't.
I honestly also don't. It just occurred to me that I don't remember my nursery school teacher.
Really?
Yeah.
Or do I? Miss Kangi was in nursery and then standard 1.
I was in grade 1 at 6, and my teacher was called Mrs. Arp.
Up.
Mrs. who?
A-R-P.
Up.
Mrs. Marjorie Arp. She was the sweetest name.
Way.
Up.
Arp. Yes. Joe Mungai says, happy Friday. Robert Mbogo says, good morning, tuning from Mombasa. Many people are here. Mama, Arthur Wanjama, how about today a hug for Eric? Mumbi, do like that. Bas.
Kuja mbio hapa sana. Let me remove this
You're removing the headphones and preparing. This is courtesy of Arthur Wanjama. Arthur said it must happen today. Mumbi, now you get to see what I was talking about, the fireball movie.
Aya, Yego, weka your camera namna hiyo.
There's Mumbi. Okaha.
Okaha.
Thank you, Mumbi.
No, say thank you to Mr. Wanjama. He's the one who initiated all of this thing.
Wanjama, fanya namna hiyo tena kesho.
Jackson Mudhuri says, good morning, watching from Mlolongo. Good morning, Spice, to Mirambwa. Nanini tena. Samantha Kimagut says, good morning, team. Matthew Leala says, be the change that you want to see. Okay. Jackson Mudhuri is quoting the Bible and says, Ezra 7:26 says, Mambo ni matatu. The president only talks what is in the Holy Book. Really? Ask yourself if there's a chapter 7 of Ezra. Desmond says, Ndu, specifically, good morning. Good morning, Desmond. Good morning, watching from Taveta. That's Edwin Keane. Sophia Damery says, good morning, Spice Crude from Abu Dhabi. Looking forward to a great conversation. Sophia, you are consistent if you're anything. And good morning, sister. Karibu Sana. VDJ Nero says, team the yacht. Streaming from Mombasa. It's Friday. Okay. Semtech says, good morning from Garissa. Happy to have you here. Isaac Babji says, good morning. Curious as to why the government is focusing on shipping people to the Middle East when Japan also needs us. That's interesting because Japan has an aging population. So very, very young and very, very old.
So just Japan, South Korea.
Same, yeah. This part of the world.
Yeah, South Korea have an even worse go of it. Yes.
So that's very interesting. Wenda is in Lower Bavaria. You know where that is? It's in Germany. Super happy to see you all, says Jacinta Mbilo. Always great. You don't disappoint. Bestest way to start the day. I love it. Kiplagat Eric says, happy to see you. Good morning. Good morning, team. Locked in from Nairobi. Refresh says, good morning. Fuel pump hits hard. It does. Tumejua system niya majambazi tena taarifa zinatolewa usiku. Okay. So Sam Karanja is laughing at me. Are you laughing at me? Are you laughing with me? How about we laugh with me? Ndu Gorofa is a story building. Morning made. Your morning has been made. Okay. Karibu. Borimore is the home of The Wire. Okay. That's where you're tuned in from this morning. Habari za asubuhi. Juma Muhammad, good morning to you. Anthony Onyango says good morning. Tuned in from Norman Naivasha is Norman. Okay. Simon Ahago says, good morning, good weekend. Why doubt? Confirm the book Ezra 7:26. I'm yanking your crank, Jackson. Don't worry. We'll check it out. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Karibuni sana.
Karibu. City?
Yes, please.
Final Sierra Leonean thingy.
Today is the final day of our proverbs from Sierra Leone. Yes. Sweet rice is eaten quickly.
Before visitors come.
Yep. Time they arrive.
Rice is finished.
Even if it's rice, it's not sweet. It's not sweet rice.
It's not sweet rice.
Especially if it's Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday is for jollof rice.
Mm-hmm.
Rice I get. Who's jollof?
Jollof rice or more.
All right, Omo. What is jollof rice?
Jollof rice is like it's rice that has been stewed in tomatoes and pepper and then steamed. But the way you do it is a certain method to this madness that will then encapsulate your taste buds. It's beautiful stuff. And we eat it on Sunday.
Sunday's the day for jollof rice.
But now it has become, used to be that special thing. I think you guys have that kind of thing. Like they say you would eat chapati on a special occasion,
and
right?
Chicken.
Or like, so
or rice and chicken.
Usually you come from church on Sunday, then you eat jollof rice.
Or church on Sunday, Christmas.
Oh, okay, no. We do more than that on Christmas Day.
Jollof rice. Okay. Sweet rice is eaten quickly.
Yes.
Especially if it is stolen.
Yes, it is idea now.
To find headlines.
To find your especially stolen. Okay. Well,
you're eating before your siblings come back home.
Or hide it in the cupboard and then you'll be taking one spoon.
No, then you wipe your mouth.
Yeah. You wipe your mouth quickly.
And greet people as before they even greet you. Or you say, I don't know where he is before they've asked you the question.
But there are some foods that catch you out. One of them is mandas. It's oily.
The oil is left.
No, it's not on your mouth. Me, I had a cousin who thought that the best place to do is I think you know what's coming. Unaficha mandazi kwa mfuko.
Then it seeps through the pocket.
Yes, then you chukua mandazi. Mimi. Open your mouth. There's no food. Okay. What's that in your pocket? My pocket. Yes. Yes, your pocket.
Nothing. Yeah.
On the front page of the Standard, shock. What a shock. Of schools' 29 billion shilling debt. Alarm? Learning institutions' operations, including preparation for this year's national exams, could be jeopardized. Okay. After it was revealed that the government owes secondary schools 29 billion shillings and primary schools nearly half of their capitation weeks to the start of KCPE and KCSC. Let's look at the details of that. We do know that KCPE starts on the 30th of October. KCSC starts on the 3rd of November. Let's look at the details of that. But yeah, like we know already, so this is not a shock, that there's a lot of money that is still yet to go to schools. And we're well into mid-third term. All right? Now, to whom do children belong? Usually it's that you take your father's name, you are the children of your father. Well, a court has decided that this long story of saying children belong to their father is discriminatory, and it actually leaves the contribution of women by the wayside. So landmark ruling, let's look at the details of that.
Okay.
The Diamond League is back again this weekend and Kenya Stars are up. Omanyala, Faith Kipyegon will be under the lights tonight. On the front page of The Nation, now petrol hits 210 shillings per litre.
That's it. Thank
you. CT would say that's the spirit.
No, but
you did say it. You did say. You did.
Now let's wait for the dollar.
It was 200 even last month.
It's all right.
Then, mkasema, you any subsidy,
200 is a good number.
It's a good number. Okay. The EACC gets orders to freeze 643 million shillings belonging to a junior City Hall employee. 643 million.
At what?
Junior.
643 million shillings belonging to a junior City Hall employee.
Frozen.
You want to ask yourself how? No, you want to ask yourself how he got that kind of money? We'll tell you the story. All right. Relief as doctors remove needle left in a woman's womb during childbirth. Okay.
What was the needle doing there in the first place?
C'est la question, no? We will look at that. Okay. Let's look at the back page of The Nation real quick. School in crisis, a state yet to disburse money for third term. So that's kind of what we saw on the front page, because that is the case, right?
Yeah.
Money for third term has not left Treasury. It has not left and it's not gotten to schools yet. We are at half the term from Monday. What's going to happen? Look at the details of that.
Buanai. The Business Daily, the headline in the Business Daily, Ruto orders PSAs and parastatal heads to account for tax billions. Okay? A circular by the Executive Office of the President says accounting officers have until October 2nd this year to clear up all pending audit queries arising from the Auditor General's reports for the financial years 21-22 and 22-23. He's saying, people, we have those 21-22, that's 2 years ago. 22-23, that's last year. We're in 23-24. Can we finish, please? Respond to all those audit queries. Stop these games. So that is a directive from the President. Look, there are audit queries from the Office of the Auditor General. Respond to them to the auditor's satisfaction. If there's no satisfaction, then you're flagged in the final report. Treasury eyes higher excise duty on fuel in IMF deal. The Treasury is disclosing to us that excise duty on fuel will be revised by April next year in a move that mirrors one of Kenya's commitments under IMF financing deal. The draft medium-term revenue strategy for the period between June next year and June 2017 shows excise duty on petroleum products will be reviewed to address the negative externalities or negative effects of consuming these fuels. There are negative effects of consuming mafuta. So we'll pay for it by consuming it. As part of reform measures under the financial deal between Washington and Kenya, the Treasury committed to implement a carbon pricing that would possibly include a new carbon tax or increase excise duty on fuels and the establishment of a carbon credit market. Hii watu ya IMF, hii watu bwana. So they're telling us that we need to have a carbon tax because we're consuming mafuta. Anyway, okay. There's a story inside the Business Daily today. Page 3 is Boss Talk. And the boss that they're talking to today is called Olubenga Agbola. I will read that name.
Oh, Olubenga Agbola.
Another banga.
Olubenga
Agbola.
Agbola.
Okay. He is the CEO of Flutterwave City.
You
Stop
want?
it.
Okay. All right. You want to tell us a story?
The interview is on sticking his neck out.
All right.
Amid storm in Kenya over licensing.
Right. On that note, let's just flutter away, my friend.
There's another profile interview again on the Business Daily today, and this one is on Anne Waiguru. Anne Mombi Waiguru Minje is the governor of Kirinyaga County, the chair of the Council of Governors.
Yes.
All right. And this one is an interview by Jackson Biko. Let me just read quickly. One of the unexpected things about meeting Anne Waiguru is that she's funny.
Funny ha or funny?
An unexpected humor that's often self-deprecating. It reveals itself like a flash in the pan and then it's gone, cloaked in the officiousness of her position as the governor of Kirinyaga County. It's a humor that's wedged away in a taciturn resume. She's a former director of IFMIS, former head of governance at the National Treasury, technical advisor, cabinet secretary, senior public sector manager, vice president of Citigroup, recipient of the Order of the Grand Warrior, and all those other things. City?
Yes, please.
Tupatia star, then I'll tell you what's on the Nairobian today.
Okay. The burnt brown top right-hand corner, the Siasa column, county boundaries for new counties, another fresh crisis in the making. Okay? Then there's a story of, will Raila tame ODM rebels? Well, are they ODM rebels really? Anyway, so arm twisted. CS Kindiki, the US secured release of Worldcoin owners. Apparently, Thursday, the secretary, Kithure Kindiki, told MPs that Worldcoin owners were detained while trying to leave the country. And the story is on page 8. He claims the US released them. How?
The US released them from Kenya's country.
Yeah, it is written the US secured release, so they released them. Say you secure the release, you've released them.
Okay.
This story I will tell you.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Counties delay payment of pending bills. That is true. Okay. County governments are increasingly avoiding paying pending bills, piling agony on suppliers and contractors who have gone for months and years without pay. The stars established that the devolved units are not clearing the pending bills that have ballooned to over 150 billion. One day, these guys are going to wake up and find themselves in jail. And they'll be asked questions that they'll have difficulties answering. But nonetheless, if they're determined to continue with that particular trend of things, may they continue. Kilicho na mwanzo hakikosi kuwa na mwisho.
Kabisa.
Uproar at Coast. Anti-LGBTQ+ demo planned in Mombasa.
Anti.
Okay. C-A-U-N-T-I-E. No, this is N-T-I.
Is against the...
Right. Okay. Now, bang in the middle of the paper, Kome. There's a Chief Justice.
Yeah.
Judicial independence is under attack.
She's saying it again, or they are repeating it now?
One challenge is independent One challenge is independent institutions encroaching on areas reserved for the judiciary. Well, I have to tell you the story for you to understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's the way Eric
I figured.
What's the case of well, he is right to look at me that way, but I was reading what is written.
I figure that's what we need to get there.
Yeah.
Okay. Some quick headlines in the Nairobian today. Top there. Transformer imezima. Shock of more youth getting hooked on drugs. Then there's a headline there. Fierce battle for control of public washrooms in Nairobi's CBD. Public washrooms. Control.
I don't understand.
Goma. The recurring problems of control are now haunting Governor Sakaja's administration that swept to power on the platform of restoring order and dignity. Basically, there are people who operate these toilets. Makate. Cartels. Another headline. Man in court for allegedly sharing woman's nudes. And they have a feature here of a condom queen. To young people, sex is like food. But then there's a young girl here who promotes use of condoms and safe sex. Okay? And then there's a story. Children bar 82-year-old ex-chief father from remarrying. So what is the ex-chief father? He was a chief father.
He was an ex-chief.
He was a chief.
He was a father and he was an ex-chief. No, father, you can't be ex-father.
Can't be an ex-father.
Ex-chief father. He was a chief father. Then there were other fathers.
Okay. Then, so you're going to tell me that if someone is an assistant chief, he's also an assistant father?
No. Those are two different things.
And this one?
This one is not about him being a chief.
It's about him being a father.
It's about him being a chief father. Who's no longer the chief father. So he's an ex-chief father.
But he's still a father.
All right.
And the children are barring him from remarrying. You cannot be another chief father elsewhere.
Must be ours.
We fired you from this job, but you can't take up another.
Children have said no.
Yep.
But not doing
82 years old.
What are you marrying?
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
It's a few minutes after 6:30. Let's look at if we have anything on the roads. We're starting really early with nothing, and most of the streets looking really good in terms of movement. You'll see some movement right around Pangani, and that's coming off of Thika Superhighway. Some coming off of Kiambu Road, and we're seeing a trickle of traffic coming in from Westlands, and that's going to go out towards Chiromo or go out then go on further towards the city. Coming in from the Northern Bypass looks pretty good. Jogo Road is starting to pack up as you get towards Landis at the junction and then out towards the Kamkunji roundabout. Okay, we're also seeing some movement coming in from Cabanas going the way of North Airport Road. It's going to take you out towards the Outer Ring Junction, but apart from that, it looks pretty good. Some could say it's early. Let's wait and see. But if you've left, good on you. If you haven't, now would be the time to do so. We're not expecting too much in terms of traffic this morning, but fingers crossed and knock on wood that it will not get crazy. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X as we try to keep things moving this morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94 points.
So 3 weeks after the schools open for the third term, the Ministry of Education has not disbursed money meant for tuition and other expenses to public schools. Yay? No. They also are owed some money from last term. As a result, some schools have already sent learners home for non-payment of schools, and more are expected to do so next week. Yesterday, Basic Education Principal Secretary Belio Kipsang said the ministry had received the money from the National Treasury and that they will release the funds from Tuesday. So, he explained that the challenge has been the high numbers involved, given that disbursements are being done for primary and junior and secondary schools.
They are disbursing. That's what she says. That's what he says.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I have told my officers that we are not going anywhere this weekend until we finalize paying monies to schools. So this weekend, pay, sort, tuma.
Why this drama? Why don't you just pay the money? I mean,
so that people can enjoy their weekend.
Man. No. Yeah. Why all this drama? Is the money there? There's a mechanism for paying. So you paid.
So just press send.
Yes.
No, you have to press send for each.
Hapana.
Ukifungua IFMIS, unafungua IFMIS ya Kaplong Primary School, unatuma. Unafungua IFMIS ya secondary school,
moja kwa moja.
Yes.
Okay, sawa. Sawa. Rubbish. School management and the teachers union had early called on the government to release the funds earmarked for the free primary education and free day secondary school education, saying the delay had made it difficult to run the institutions. Really, it has. We're going into the fourth week of the third term. There's still money that's owed from the previous term. Let's look at how this has been broken down, shall we? Okay. 14 billion shillings is the debt owed to secondary schools by last term. 15 billion is the money that is owed to secondary schools this term. All right? 10 million.
This term?
Yes.
When did this term begin?
4 weeks ago on Monday. This coming Monday will be 4 weeks. We're into the third term.
And you're already at 15B.
They have not paid anything. They've not given them anything. 15 billion was a disbursement for the third term across the country. Nothing has been paid yet. Okay? Now, 10,469 shillings is the money that is owed to each student, capitation-wise, by government. KCPE will have 1.4 million candidates sitting the exam. 903,260 is those who will sit the Form 4 exams, which begin on the 3rd of November. And remember the KEPSEA exams, that's 1.2. Those who are in grade 6 as of today will sit this exam on the 30th of October as well. Now, let's look at some of these numbers, shall we? 27th of July, 2022.
Yes.
Was when some 4 million shillings was disbursed. October 5th, 2022, for term 3, is another 4 million that was disbursed. January 26, 2023, 4 million shillings was disbursed. That was term 1 of this year.
Okay.
But the money that was disbursed was to take care of what? Last year. Now, in June 14th, 2023, term 2 money was sent 4,147,000. 4,413. Now we're looking at in terms of capitation, right, per student.
Yep.
Remember, they're supposed to be getting 10. All right. So you send 4, you still have 6, and that's for that term. Going into the next term, you still have a balance, and that has not been paid. Now, since June 2023, no other money has come from government
in
to schools.
This financial year, zero disbursements. That's what we're saying.
That's what we're saying. We're saying
this financial year, zero.
The money that was sent to schools this year was to take care of last year and a little bit of first term 2023. So money that is owed to schools is in the billions of shillings. But now, PS Kipsang says, don't worry, we're working on it this weekend. We shall have money out. The question is, even if you have money out, is it going to be the complete amount that is owed to schools?
Who knows, man?
Is it going to be a situation whereby you're going to send money and everybody's going to keep quiet for the next few months and then we start another year when this happens again? What's going to happen? And when we say that there is a crisis in this here, people are saying, no, it's not a big deal. We'll pay the money. No, there's a problem here. And how is it going to be handled? Midterms are next week. Students have been sent home because they've not been able to bring anything. The government has not paid capitation. What's going to happen? And we say there's no crisis?
A big crisis. City, please tell us the story.
I'm going to the story of the U.S. government and the securing release for Worldcoin owners.
Okay.
It raises so many questions. I don't even know where to start.
And this is our Minister for Internal Security
telling
us.
He went before Parliament and he's telling us this story.
Okay.
The government had arrested and detained American citizens behind the Worldcoin activities and only released them after the U.S. government intervention. It has emerged. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki on Thursday told MPs that Worldcoin owners were detained while trying to leave the country. Meaning, as they were trying to leave the country, they were detained. Okay? Even as the government probes linked the activities to terrorism and money laundering. Even this link also can have people. The state has even gone ahead to issue a red alert against the foreigners. The U.S. government, he noted, committed to surrender the individuals should the ongoing probe find them culpable of criminality. Okay? They tried to leave the country but were stopped and put in custody. But the U.S. government, this I'm quoting what he said verbatim, intervened, saying they would be allowed to leave because they hadn't been found guilty, but gave an undertaking that they will be produced when required. Kindiki told the committee, chaired by Narok MP Gabriel Tongonyo, Worldcoin has been engaged in scanning the iris of Kenyans in exchange of cryptocurrency amounting to 7,000 shillings since 2021. Mosqueo?
Since 2021?
Yes.
We're in 2023?
Yes.
Tuendelee.
But the issue got authorities' attention in July after long queues were witnessed in KICC. The government suspended the activities in August 2nd, 2023 following public outcry. Worldcoin is a crypto wallet app launched here in Kenya on July 24th, 2023. So if this thing started in 2021, so they were collecting data before all the legal dots were...
They were collecting data. Were they giving money? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Because it did not spread like wildfire the manner in which it did this year.
Maybe they were doing it kido.
It's small in pockets. So this one, when they went to KICC, and then the KICC allowed for queues.
Yeah.
There was proper space. And now this one was now the proper phase. The others they were testing it out, right? So what is it? How can we do it? Now they landed the proper marketing strategy.
Yes. Lastly, they say the government has seized 48 orbs, electronic gadgets used by Worldcoin, that is currently undergoing forensic analysis.
Okay.
So the government is staring at it also, just to determine what it is that...
It's a looking thing, isn't it?
Why would the American government intervene? Why?
That's the thing.
Why?
And how can our minister just say, okay, we release these guys because the American government intervened?
Yeah, they said, okay, just give them to us. We are going to stand sure. No, we're standing surety. They haven't been found guilty.
How can our government just say, okay so because take them?
What? Is that not a question?
Because they're Americans.
No, it can't be just because they're Americans. What is it? What is it about these people? Who are they?
Are we sovereign or are we not?
And was this thing done in Kenya, in a sovereign state? Within the boundaries of a sovereign state, this thing was done. With a legitimate government in place who has its statutory laws, 1, 2, 3, and something happens in this country for which an investigation is required. How do you then suddenly now say, okay, fine, you want to intervene? You may have them.
Just think about it. Our Minister for Interior goes to Parliament to tell us this. Just think of how bizarre it is.
This is just the craziest
thing.
It's bizarre beyond
and
words.
Our members of Parliament are like,
okay.
What happened?
Yeah, okay. So, all right. And they said they'll give them to us when we need them.
When we need them, actually, yeah. Should situation require, we'll make them
because right now they're innocent until proven guilty. Okay. Sour.
But did they go to court?
Which court?
No. They didn't go to court.
So there's no charge at all.
There's nothing to
We are
answer.
basically at the point of investigation.
They were stopped at
investigation.
They were
stopped at the airports, arrested,
detained.
at which point? Okay,
there was intervention.
At which?
It is madness.
This is the theater of the bizarre. I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, Kithure Kindiki, I just don't understand. I don't get it.
What I don't get is, does he understand his job?
I don't get it.
I mean, what does this open up? And then they dare tell us that they are probing links to activities of terrorism and money laundering. Really? Really?
Imagine. I would like to assure Kenyans that the government is keenly following this matter That is why it suspended the activities of Worldcoin pending investigations to establish if there was any wrongdoing. If criminal culpability is established, necessary action will be taken.
Which one?
Who
is doing the investigation where the supposed criminal culpability will be established and determined? Who is doing the investigation?
Kenyans,
if the Americans, have
I
already
don't
left,
know.
Then they're saying, don't worry, can you imagine? How is it playing out in your minds? It's like that movie. Okay, don't worry, we'll take them. We'll ask them a couple of questions. Let's just intervene here. We'll sort it out. Should you have any questions, we'll be able to avail them. Are you kidding?
What, these are marbles you're letting someone to play with, and then when the issue is finished, I mean, what is this?
No, this is just
jokes.
It's completely.
And you know what? It's still very muddled. You don't really know. Okay, who was doing what? Is there an investigation? Who is asking which questions? What were they doing here? Data protection being thrown under the bus. CS is saying another thing here or there. Then there were some people you finally had a hand on.
He says that they confiscated some of those things that they were using.
Now the OBS, they're looking at the
26 statements have been recorded so far from persons of interest. 48 recovered electronic gadgets and assorted merchandise are undergoing forensic analysis.
By who?
At Communication Authority and the Cyber Forensic Lab of the DCI.
These things were not in Kenya. Somebody came in with them. Mm-hmm. They've been conducting this business since 2021, and we have an intelligence unit that is second to none.
Me niko hapo kwa second to none.
With none other in the race.
Now, all of a sudden, we're being told this claptrap. Come on, man.
You laugh when you have nothing else to offer.
No, you laugh when you're angry.
The funny part is this headline in the Standard. State to sue Worldcoin officials if found guilty of breaching the law.
Where are they?
No, they'll be sued if they're found guilty.
We're breaching the law. And they're not in the country. So how is this going to work out?
First, we need to find them guilty, and then we'll take them to court.
Yes.
Sawa.
Once they're guilty, we'll take them to court.
Yeah, we'll take them to court. At that point, now it will be the most appropriate time to sue them.
God.
Did you know that from October 2022 to August 2023, there have been 128 cases of extrajudicial killing in Kenya?
Between when and when?
October 2022 to August 2023.
What? 100 and how many?
In less than a year?
Yep.
Wow.
128
cases of extrajudicial killings.
Yes, this is in a report released by the Independent Medical Legal Unit on Thursday.
Remember, October is just a month after nikiweka Biblia chini hivi.
It is.
October is just a month after Rigathi Gachagua says, never again.
Yes.
Around October, actually, is when the whole country was talking about this killer squad.
Yes.
And the revelations were coming out on the container. This was October. This is when these things were happening.
Yes.
But at the same October, people were still being killed.
Yes.
By police.
Yes.
And this shall never happen again in my watch.
Yes. So it's 128.
Remember when you said, this thing that we are going to have a public inquiry into this SSU and killer squads. We are going to, we said, let's forget about it. Every administration will have its own killer squads.
Yep.
And look at now what this nonsense is all about. Okay, continue that story.
It's the same story. I mean, the majority of victims or survivors are among young male adults aged between 18 and 35, accounting for 300. Let me just read it.
Okay.
The cases include torture, executions, and other rights violations. This marks a staggering increase of 250 cases compared to 232 violations reported in a similar period in the year 2021 to 2022. So the one is saying they have reduced. Out of the 482 cases, 351 were torture, inhuman, degrading treatment, or punishment, Imblu said. The majority of victims or survivors were young males aged between 18 and 35. Those aged between age 36 and 65 constituted 121. 0 to 17 years, there are people 0 to 17 years old, comprise 44 The people who are tortured, some killed. The age of, no, you can't be age 0. So this one.
From age 0 to?
Yeah, they can't be age 0.
In that age bracket.
Yes, but 0 also. Okay.
Yeah.
And those over 65.
You turn 1 after 1 year.
Yes.
Before that, you're
0. And those over 65 years of age accounted for 3. Out of the total of 482 cases, 415 were male and 67 were female. So it's not as though it was just male. Some females were in this bracket as well. All right? After he assumed office as the 5th president of Kenya, President Ruto ordered a probe into the extrajudicial killings that allegedly happened in the previous regime. They saw some detectives grilled, others disappeared over the disappearance and killing of people. Interior CS Kithure Kindiki said the extrajudicial killings that occurred in the country are under active investigation. Kindiki said that Kenya Kwanza administration had 0 tolerance for extrajudicial killing. So this is what 0 tolerance looks like, doesn't it? You know, there's something very wrong here. There's something really
Those are many people in a year.
Yeah, that's quite a number of people.
And those are the ones.
And who are they?
The details are not given here.
But according to what Imlu is saying, that they've established unequivally that these individuals,
those ones,
died
disappeared
in the hands of the
or
police.
died in the hands of the police.
Yes, they've established.
For sure. That's okay.
Wow.
Let me tell you this really quickly. Judge says customary claim that children belong to their fathers is unjust. The High Court has declared as unjust and discriminatory the customary notion or myth that children belong to their fathers. On Wednesday, Justice...
Customary myth.
Yeah, it says it's a myth. On Wednesday, Justice Hester Nyaga ruled that the same claim was offensive to justice as it is discriminatory on the part of the mothers. Judge Nyaga ruled that no customary laws in respect to the ownership and possession of children are actually documented. Nyaga dismissed the claim by Andrew Mariatti that in the Luhya culture, children belong to the father and are supposed to be buried in their father's land. There is no proof before this court that the Luhya customs are patrilineal based on relationship to the father or descent through the male line. According to Nyaga, Mariatti failed to provide experts from the Luhya community to prove his claims. The respondent failed to adduce evidence to prove relevant Luhya customary law on burial. He made the declaration when he overturned a magistrate's court decision that barred Mariatti's ex-wife Rose Ndeti from participating in the burial of her daughter Race Owelwa, 21. Nyaga, in contrast, allowed Ndeti to bury Owelwa in accordance with the Kamba customary law to say, you are just as much her parent as is her father. All right? The judge ordered that the body be interred in Ukambani, the matrimonial home of her mother. The court ended a 3-month dispute between the ex-couple, here's another ex, as the body of their daughter Owelwa lay in the mortuary since her death in July, because there was this tiff about where she would be buried according to whom she belonged to. According to Nyaga, Mariatti did not comply with the crucial requirements, including the Ndeo ceremony, which is a dowry, to officially marry Ndeti.
Oh, so that's it.
You see?
So you're not even married to this
woman. You're not married, then you want to come and claim that this child is now your own. No.
So now, based on that, he gives custody of the body to the mother.
Yes. He says now...
This one is actually...
It's opened a kind of worm, doesn't it?
It is a huge one. Because essentially what he's saying is, first of all, you did not marry her. We cannot see proof of that. Number 2, we also cannot see proof that because of what you're saying, that children born belong strictly to the father.
Show me evidence that the Luhya... This thing is written anywhere in Luhya.
It's a custom.
Where is a custom written anywhere in this country?
That's a good question.
Which custom is
written? In terms of tradition, which ones are actually written
down?
When
you talk about marriage is recognized as a customary marriage, is there anywhere where it's written that this is how customary marriage is in Kamba done? That is the thing that he's saying he didn't do. Where is it written?
What's that guy talking about exactly?
Who, the judge?
Yes.
Well, what the judge is talking about is that the court notes that the couple has been separated for 7 years and the woman is considered unmarried. And this child belongs to her, so she may go and bury. What the father was trying to say is, this is my child I sired, belongs to me. Judge said, no, It belonged to one of the
We're
other.
talking about a 23-year-old.
A 23-year-old, we're giving it to the mother. So it'll be interesting because the conversations that will come as a result of this ruling will be far and wide.
This one,
let me tell you,
but the judge has done well. Open that can.
Open it. Let's talk about
this one is going to go alongside. We've had cases of someone dies and there's, where should he be buried? Wife comes and says he's not being buried in his home. We have another plot here where he's going to be buried. Now where's you?
Time for the news, 7 a.m.
What's up your life?
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority Director General Daniel Kipto says the increased fuel prices are due to the weighted average cost of imported refined petroleum products. The new prices have seen super petrol increased by 16 shillings and 96 cents, diesel 21 shillings and 32 cents, while kerosene climbed the highest to 33 shillings and 13 cents per litre. Prior to the latest review, petrol, diesel and kerosene Nairobi were retailing at 194.68 cents, 179.67 shillings and 169.48 shillings respectively.
You have seen the price per metric ton of super petrol go up from $818 in June to $880 in July, and now $947 in August. For diesel, we have seen the price go up from $636 in June to $725 in July to $853 in August. And from where we sit as a regulator, we see this trend continuing towards the end of the year. What you see is just a graphical representation, and you can see where the numbers are going on an upward trend.
Boyan Kanda and his family are still in utter shock over the demise of their daughter, Mercy Chereno, who died only 4 days after her admission at the Daystar University to pursue a course in nursing. On the fateful day, Kanda says his daughter had called her mother and said she would be home that evening because there was a party for first years happening at the school that she did not want to attend.
The morning of Saturday, that was around 2 a.m. when my wife was called that if she was in a position to immediately go to the university. But upon reaching Mololongo, she was informed not to go to the university again. She should go to Shalom Hospital. Upon reaching Shalom Hospital, she was taken round in circles. When tension arose, they decided to show her where the body was, and the body was stabbed with a knife, and the knife was still lodged in the body.
Kanda father says that his daughter's death is suspicious as the institution already called to inform him that they want to refund her school fees.
There was something mischievous happening in the institution. Why the hurry to pay me back school fees, yet I have not even buried my daughter?
The question that we need to ask is, where were these guards? Were there people manning that door? Or did anyone enter to the hostel and stabbed this girl? Because if you look at the scene, you will see that there is spillage of blood from entry point. It means this thing happened outside. It cannot be proven that it's a suicide because the length of the knife after the postmortem results was too deep, 13 inches, and there's no person who can stab herself that deep.
The Kenya Medical Supplies Authority must continue adopting its procurement of drugs in tandem with changing disease patterns. KEMSA CEO Andrew Mulwa says that some diseases that were once prevalent across the country are now nil or restricted to some counties. He further said that there are several counties that owe KEMSA money amounting to millions of shillings.
If you look at the ages, I think I am one county that is my own, which is, I think I'm dead for Kisumu County. And I'm not shaming Kisumu County, but the fact they have a debt that is more than 1,000 days owed, that brought at 5 million. There are other, maybe 7 counties, 6 counties, but when you look at their credit history, they are trying to pay. So I will not call a bad debt because they are servicing their credit. So that to me is not a major worry, but it's something that we can improve the efficiency of delivering to counties, and the counties pay us in full time because it enables us to pay our suppliers.
And in the international scene, the death toll in Libya's coastal city of Derna has soared to 11,300 as search efforts continue following a massive flood fed by the breaching of 2 dams in heavy rains. The Libyan Red Crescent further said that 10,100 people are still missing in the Mediterranean city. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
Okay, a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and what are we looking at? Traffic building up in certain parts. It looks a little bit busy coming off of Cabanas, heading towards North Airport Road out towards the Outer Ring Junction. The most of it we'll see this morning is coming off of Thika Superhighway. As you're coming in from that Outer Ring Junction, getting out towards Survey and then onto Pangani, that's already bumper to bumper, and it looks just a little bit crazy, but this is manageable at least for now. Going at a snail's pace, but you'll get towards Muranga Road or Wangari Maathai and you'll be fine. There's incoming traffic from Limuru Road, and we'll see that coming in well in from Muthaiga out towards the city as well. But again, manageable. Jogo Road started off early going out towards Landis, and it's going to be a little bit tight as you get towards the Kamkunji at the roundabout. Out of Westlands, you'll be fine as well. We'll keep an eye on things as we get through Friday morning. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on X, and let's keep things moving this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes...
How are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. Happy Friday. Is it happy? After April did the thing last night.
The joy of the Lord is your strength.
We shall be here, no matter what. Make it 500. It's okay. Happy Friday anyway, wherever you're tuned in, and thank you very much for choosing this as the way to start your day. It's the Situation Room on Spice FM, on KTN Home, on YouTube, and on Facebook. 15th. How many days to the 29th? Of October?
A month and 14 days.
Okay.
Yes. 1.5 months to Kenya's largest single-day athletics event, and that's the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. It's happening on the 29th of October. It's the 20th edition, so this is a good thing. 20 years running and making an impact on the lives of many. How can you participate? Log on to www.nairobimarathon.com. Register with 2,000 shillings and get your shoes on and start training. Come the 29th of October, at very early hours in the morning, everybody's going to come around and start running for this good cause right at Uhuru Gardens. And all of the proceeds go towards the Future Makers program, which helps young people, especially girls and people with disability, to learn, earn, and grow. It's a special one. It's 20 years in the making. Come be a part of this year.
Yes, indeed. And 2 people who will be participating in that, hopefully, are in the studio. Anthony Mulinge is the managing director of a company called Fresh Life Initiative, and Willie Sombai is the CEO of the Water Sector Trust Fund, commonly known as the Water Fund. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Am I right? You'll be running with us on the 29th.
Sure.
Running, I mean, what is running? Should have said something more intensive, like, like climbing Everest. Like running water. Or flushable toilets or something like that.
No, that's a challenge.
That's a big one. Karibuni sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Asante.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, sure.
City has the day's proverb, and this week's proverbs have been from the country of
Sierra Leone. This is the final proverb from this country. Well, it's not as though proverbs from the country have come to an end, but this is the last day that we are quoting and interacting with proverbs from that country.
Okay.
Sweet rice is eaten quickly. Okay.
Anthony, you laugh.
Why? I think it's very apt in terms of what he said. Yeah.
What's your interpretation of it? How do you relate to this proverb? It's like you have some experience.
No.
with sweet rice.
Yes. It's actually everything that is sweet is eaten quickly.
Why?
It's a nature of life. Just nature of life.
You want to finish it. You don't want to stop eating.
Yeah.
So you end up eating quickly.
Not really. It's like you don't want people to ask you for it.
Actually, that was my thought. Maybe you are a little...
You don't want to share.
Yeah, you don't want to share. Because it's too sweet.
So what do you think the Sierra Leoneans are saying with this, Willis? What's the deeper meaning of this proverb?
Well, it will be contextual, so I might not be really able to discern into detail what it would mean, but perhaps sweet things are better done faster to achieve the desired impact from where I sit. Like we support a lot of programs. If I take it in my context, it will be that if we are able to support these projects very fast, people will get the impact and get water. But now I've contextualized it to my situation of work.
Yes. That's your interpretation in your context. Anthony, is it the same?
I think it's the same because anything that you have bigger impact if you really believe in it. Because if it's actually sweeter, it means it makes a difference to you. Yeah. So the earlier you do it, the better.
The better.
Yeah.
Willis, what's the Water Sector Trust Fund?
Thanks. Water Sector Trust Fund, one, as you have mentioned, is a government parastatal, a state-owned enterprise, which is charged with the responsibility for financing of water projects for increased coverage, water coverage, sanitation coverage, particularly in the underserved areas and also marginalized areas. A lot of the time we work with county governments because, water is a devolved function. So as much as we still work with other national entities, we work with grassroots organizations which are aligned to the county government.
What does funding mean? I thought we fund these things from our budget.
Yeah, we fund really. If you look at the water sector, most of the resources, of course, as a country, there are development priorities. So you will have education, and we know the sectors that take a lot of money. And when it comes to the water sector, we have to look for additional resources. So Trust Fund is one of those proud institutions that help the government to look for additional resources to finance water. So in that, we have managed to have lots of support from the World Bank, from EU, from Danida, from Finland, from the Gates Foundation, from KfW, the German Development Bank. And so we complement a lot what the National Treasury is doing. Of course, the National Treasury still really helps us in making the cooperation agreements and subsidiary agreements which are required. So we do believe that with the financing gap that has always been there in the water sector, we complement that by getting these donor or development partners to support. So that brings the link into how we also become a financing entity.
I get it. So like giving us the example of the last financial year.
Yes.
How much resources did you manage to mobilize? First of all, do you work with a target at the beginning of the financial year?
Sure.
Or do you look at projects? How much did you manage to mobilize last year against what target?
Maybe just to be a little systematic, we have a 5-year strategic plan. And our last strategic plan ended last year. And we had a target of raising 23 billion. That was from 2018 to 2022. And out of that, we did 86% of it, which is very significant. And that has made us to think, how can we help Kenyans more? We have now raised it in the current strategic plan to raise 52 billion. That is from this year, because we have just started with the new administration, up to 2027, we hope to get around 52 billion, and we have structured this into the different sources and ways of raising the money through the strategies which have been documented. We actually, our fundamental, if you go to Water Act 2016, our fundamental mandate first starts with mobilizing resources. Then you use the resources to finance. Then we monitor to see whether value for money has been achieved.
Okay.
So we are always, I can tell you even 2 entities that we have just done the recent mobilization. We have, with World Bank, we have just recently mobilized around 8 billion in a program called Horn of Africa that will be targeting Turkana, Marsabit, Mandera, Wajir, and Garissa. So that is just for 1 year. Currently, the 6 coastal counties will benefit from a program from an institution called Children Investment Fund Foundation. And this will be around 5 billion Kenya shillings. So you can see the values of money that we are talking to and the impact that if everything is done well, they will have in the people of Kenya.
How long have you been in existence?
Around 20 years.
Okay.
We were established under Water Act 2002 when the water reforms took place at the first instance, and then re-established again under Water Act 2016. Under Water Act 2002, we were Water Services Trust Fund, mainly as a mechanism for collecting or a basket for donor funds. But under Water Act 2016, we have been given a little bit bigger mandate in terms of a financing entity, meaning that we are allowed to venture into several processes and strategies to raise more money for increasing water access, sanitation, and also water resource management.
Okay.
So when you ply your trade,
yes.
For instance, let's say you're working with Mombasa County, as you suggested.
Yes.
So the resident water management body in that county rather,
yes,
when whatever it is that you're helping them achieve is actually accomplished, it is their name that we will hear as the individuals who have achieved this. Or do we know specifically
this is Water Fund?
This is Water Fund.
Thanks. I would want to point out first that in Mombasa, particularly, we have worked with 2 entities. The county, for instance, we have worked with Mombasa Water Company and also Coast Waterworks Development Agency.
Okay.
What happens is that we normally do a call for proposal. Different programs have different modalities at certain point. So we do a call for proposal. The companies or the entities apply. We evaluate the projects that they have proposed, and we get into an agreement through a financing contract. Now, there are various ways. We have terms and conditions, the branding, and they like the kind of engagement that we get with them before. We also have staff who are working with them to see from one point to another what they are able to do. So I would say in terms of visibility, we try as much. And of course, the development partners who are giving us the money have also the terms and conditions that we have signed up for. And we have to make sure that as a collaborative event, venture, the water company, the county government, WSTF or Water Fund, and the donors are visible as having have worked together to
deliver on a project.
To deliver the project.
Okay.
Sure.
So, of the projects that you've worked in, point us to one when you say this is an example of what it is that we have done, this thing you've been enjoying and seeing, that is us.
Yes. Yeah. Let me pick one with the Coast Waterworks Development Agency. there is the main water supply project called Baricho. Baricho is under the management of Coast Waterworks Development Agency. During the COVID time, there was a ministerial statement and guidance that water should not be disconnected to to the normal populace or Kenyan citizens, because water was very critical in managing COVID. You had to have running water to wash your hands and manage every other thing that had to do, manage most of the things that had to do with prevention of COVID. And so we gave a lot of money for the intervention to make sure that even though they were not collecting the tariffs or the revenues, they were still able to have the...
No, so you financed the operations?
We financed the operations and
mainly of the water provider.
And mainly Kenya Power, through payment of Kenya Power. This was to a tune of more than 600 million, and we did this collaboratively with World Bank and of course the same ministry help in terms of making sure that this money is allocated, but it is through us. Secondly, maybe that looks a little mega. In Nanyuki or in Laikipia, we have worked with the water company, that is the Nanyuki Water Company, to support a project getting water from Aberdare, the source, to Solio. Solio is a settlement scheme next to Nanyuki town, where the IDPs are relocated from different parts of the country, and that project is still working to date. We got money from the governments of Finland, Sweden, and also Kenya government. So ours is to look for these resources, work with the entities on the ground, which are mainly water companies, as I've said, and make sure that the water is availed. They do the contractual works, the building.
You mobilize the resources.
You mobilize the resources and finance.
I want to come to Anthony. Willis has talked a lot about what the water sector trust fund does, and he's talked about water projects. You're in the toilet side of business, the sanitation side. He hasn't mentioned a thing, but first tell us what's Fresh Life.
So Fresh Life is an organization that has been set up to support the efforts of the government and the county governments to provide sanitation as one of the SDGs, SDG goals, to provide safe sanitation for communities. So we started our operations in about 2011, and our biggest mandate was to try and move into informal settlements and ensure that people in those settlements have access to safe and affordable sanitation. And we've been operating in Nairobi. We've operating now in Kisumu and in Eldoret to try and solve that problem.
What does your operation mean?
Operation means it means we actually provide toilets for people living in those informal settlements, and then the people that do not have access to those toilets or have already another solution, we ensure that the waste that is in those particular settlements is actually safely disposed of. So, for example, if you have a pit latrine, most of the people, if you have a small plot, you have 10 tenants or 20 or 30.
Yeah.
Most people would actually provide us a pit latrine, but then at the end of the day, when it starts raining, it starts flooding.
Yeah.
So people ask, where is that waste going to go? So we give an option for people living in those areas to safely dispose of the waste.
So you offer exhauster services?
Not exhauster. Because exhauster means people come and pick. In informal settlements, it's not. People do not pay for such services. What you find is a guy comes and connects a pump, pumps it out into the nearest drain. Yes, nearest drain, nearest environment, anything outside. They don't look the exhauster, when you see a honeysucker, it's not for those
It
guys.
doesn't come from the slum areas.
So honeysucker is for people in Karen and those places.
So what do you do?
So we give them a place. So in those kind of environments, we actually give them a place where they can. First, we get the community who actually disposes of that waste. So we organize them into a CBO. We give them a place for them to safely dispose of that waste. So we have something what we call Mtaa Fresh.
Mm-hmm.
So Mtaa Fresh means you can take out that waste and take it to a place where it's going to be connected to the sewer and it's going to go out. So we separate the solids, dry them, ensure they're safe for the environment, and then we can take them. We can actually safely dispose of those things. Yeah.
Okay. What kind of impacts have we seen that this has on societies? Because now we're looking into a situation whereby, still, from what we see, adequate in terms of management of the little water that there is, and then making sure that waste is taken care of, especially for those places where the sanitation services don't exist. How have we seen that this has impacted communities, made differences over time?
So I'll answer that question in maybe two ways. Number one, so we provide a toilet that is waterless. So our toilet is called it's actually a dry container-based sanitation. So what happens is we give you normally so we did a census of about 50,000 different plots in Nairobi in informal settlements, and we actually found about 40% of those people have no sanitation. So you can imagine there's women, the children. So at night you can't go anywhere. So we actually still have the problem
they didn't even have the pit latrine.
They have nothing.
40%.
40%, and then about another 30% have no access. Have a form of. It's actually just a waste that goes into a river or something like that.
Yeah.
So when we did that census, it was actually an eye opener for us, because we saw how much we actually need to provide this as a solution. So what we've actually now done is arranged all those guys and given them a toilet in a lot of those plots. And the toilet, what it does is it's a shallow container, so we collect every 1 or 2 days, and that waste, we ensure that waste is safely treated and disposed of. Yeah. So in terms of what's the impact for the community, number one is we find there's a lot of diseases that come out from not having safe access to. So there's cholera outbreaks, there's typhoid, there's all those kind of things. So every time we provide toilets in those areas, we find we actually see a reduction of diseases. When we look at the environment itself, the safe management of those of that waste is actually a benefit to the communities that we operate in. Yeah.
How does this toilet work again? So you say it's a container.
Yeah, so so we have a toilet it's called a Fresh Life toilet. So it's a urine diverting. So it's 2 containers. So it's a urine diverting. So there's a urine part and there's a fecal waste part. So we separate the urine and the fecal waste, and then we collect them separately. So the benefit.
Are you digging on the ground?
No. So we provide a container. So we dig. It's just enough to take the container. Yeah. So we put one container for the waste and the one for the urine, and then we employ youth in that particular community, and we take that every day out of that toilet.
Where does it go to?
So we take the waste, the urine, we will dispose it through the normal sewer system, because they'll collect them, take them to our collection center, dispose them through the normal sewer system. But the waste, we repurpose it into insect protein, into fertilizer, and into charcoal briquettes.
Sorry.
Yeah, talk to me.
Solid poop becomes charcoal briquettes.
So let me.
It's not very far fetched. It's not very far fetched because if you grew up in the village,
charcoal ni makaa bwana.
Cow dung, dried cow dung
became briquettes.
It was fuel. Yes, it was used for cooking. So it's not something that I find far fetched. What I'm wondering, why I'm asking the question, is this. Is there no use that urine can be put to?
We're actually currently working with partners to try to research how we can extract the minerals in urine into fertilizer. So that is still work in progress. We're actually hoping that we should be able to find, because you'll find in certain countries people collect urine from rabbits into something else. Yeah. So we are actually hoping that we'll be able to find a solution. But today, the current human waste that we collect, we actually repurpose it into fertilizer and into insect protein.
That insect protein thing, I don't get it. So first of all, if I am just to go through with what you've said, this toilet, you're not digging to the ground. It's not a pit latrine.
It's not a pit latrine.
It's a container. And then it is separating the urine from the hard stool.
Yeah.
At what point? At point of production, emission.
Production.
Okay. Are we together, Ndu? It is separating these things. Then you've employed local youth to collect these two containers and take them to your mtaa fresh, right? And this is where then you amalgamate all the hard stool and you make it into insect protein.
So let me try and break it down properly.
Yeah.
So we collect. So we give you a toilet. It's a urine diverting. So we collect the urine separately. We collect the fecal waste separately. What we do, we consolidate the fecal waste, and then what we do, we transport it to a sister company that actually repurposes that fecal waste into now all these other reusable products. Yes. So it's not and the urine we send it through the drain.
Okay.
So it's not like actually, let me say, we actually take it when we take the fecal waste. So we now take it to actually treat it properly into those products.
So it becomes something useful into the markets.
Useful, yes.
Now, because this sounds like a private sector sanitation service, how does it link with, you said you're supporting the government in provision of sanitation services in informal sectors. Where is the government coming in?
So now the government comes in terms of, this service that we're providing, all these guys that are actually using this service would have actually flying toilets as a problem. So all this waste would have found itself in the water environment that we're actually currently working in. So when we give them this toilet, we are able to take out all this waste away from the environment and safely treat it and ensure that it benefits the communities that we work in.
No, what is actually strange is that if you look at research that has been done on human urine, the very thing that people say is found in rabbit urine is the same that is claimed about human urine. In fact, it's argued that it can be a very safe alternative to the chemical fertilizers that we use. Yes. So the argument is that every time you are flushing the toilet, you're flushing away very good fertilizer. Yes.
You're flushing away food security.
Yes.
And that's actually the reason why we're doing that research, to actually be able to take the benefit from the urine.
Who funds you? Is that where Willis comes in?
That's why we are together with Willis. So we have philanthropic funders, and then we are also looking to work closely with the government to be able to fund this kind of research.
Okay. In Nairobi, there is one entity that is allowed by law to handle sanitation and water provision. And even if you're a private water vendor, then you have to go to a regulator to get a license to do this job. Now, you are providing toilet services in a Nairobi that has Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. What's the link?
So normally, because remember I mentioned we work in 3 cities. So not only are we in Nairobi, but we also work in Kisumu, we work in Eldoret. So the mandate that we get, we sign a memorandum of understanding with the utility companies in those counties. So we'll currently in the process of doing one for Nairobi. We've signed one with the Eldoret, which is Eldoret Water and Sanitation Company. We've signed one with Kiwasco, which is Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company. And what happens is with that MOU allows us to now move into the informal settlements to be able to provide that service in those counties.
I don't know, this service that is provided is genuine, is a really good thing. But every time we talk about informal settlements, it's like everything that goes into informal settlements is an emergency of sorts. It's as though it isn't planned for. So unless organizations such as the one that you had come in and assist, everything again is always an emergency of sorts.
It's actually not an emergency. So what happens is the government sets up a target of what they actually want to achieve. But then what they realize quickly is that, for instance, in Kenya, sanitation is connected to sewers. But then you come and discover very, very quickly, sewers are very expensive. And you're not going to be able to provide sewers in all those places that are quite actually unplanned.
Why?
Because people move from rural, it's called rural-urban migration. So you come into Nairobi, you look for a place with a mabati, because you don't know where you're going to live. And then the government has no plan for those informal settlements.
Why? Are they not citizens of Kenya? I mean, that question is it's an unfair question.
I know.
It's actually an unfair question to you.
I want us to take a break and then you think about it, because I've even seen a comment here by somebody who's saying, look, we talk about this, why not agitate for a proper sewerage service for the citizens instead of, these small ones? How does it benefit us? Like you're saying, there are challenges of government has challenges of getting that. But Joy says even in rural areas, counties do not provide sewage system, but they'll be running around homes, punishing people and forcing them to bring down their own constructed toilets. That's something to discuss. What is the link between what the government should be providing, what the citizen has a right to access, what the private sector then comes to do, and how the PPPs should work, and all that. 23 minutes to 8, Kenya's biggest conversation this morning is talking about sanitation, particularly in urban areas and in urban slums of this country. Willis Ombai is the CEO of the Water Sector Trust Fund, and Anthony Mulinge is the Managing Director of Fresh Life Initiative.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 14 degrees, highs of 22 and lows of 13. We'll see lows of 13 and a mostly sunny Nakuru at 15, going to highs of 26. 23 will be the high in a partly sunny Nyeri at 15. And it's sunny at 14 in Eldoret with highs of 23. We'll see lows of 12. Sunny at 24 in Mombasa, highs of 30. And we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Malindi at 25. It's 20 and cloudy in Kisumu, highs of 29. And 27 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Kakamega at 18. It's cloudy at 20 in Kampala, highs of 25 and lows of 18, and we'll see lows of 23 in a mostly sunny Dar es Salaam at 24, going to highs of 30. It's partly sunny at 14 in Johannesburg, highs of 27, and lows of 12, and mostly cloudy at 24. In Lagos, with highs of 30, we'll see lows of 24. It's partly cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa, highs of 33, and lows of 23. All right, busy on the Thika Superhighway this morning, really busy. Past that outer ring junction, heading out into the city, bumper to bumper. Your service lanes will do you good this morning. You want to think about using those. And also on Kiambu Road, it's starting to pile up as we get towards Muthaiga Square. We're looking at traffic coming out of Muthaiga itself, turning onto Limuru Road. Uhuru Highway is busy through and through. From the Nyeri Stadium roundabout out towards the city, coming out of Westlands, also have some busyness. Let's take a look then at Jogo Road heading out towards Landis. It's also building up as you get towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. Raila Odinga Way is busy. Langata Road feeding onto that, coming in from Magadi Road, looking like a busy Friday after all. Getting into traffic hour now. Let's see what happens as we go along. Spice FM KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
to 8. This is the Situation Room, hosting Willis Ombai, CEO of Water Sector Trust Fund, and Anthony Mulinge from the Fresh Life Initiative. We're talking about urban sanitation. Now, El Nino is coming. We've already been told El Nino is coming. And Anthony, you've told us, once you've been working in these informal settlements, pit latrines, problem with pit latrines, it rains, it floods, the whole thing gets up and is spread into the environment. Even without those, over 400,000 people in informal settlements don't have access to a toilet at all. So all that is going into the environment. This is basically fecal waste in the environment. El Nino is coming. That is going to enter back into homes. Sanitation hasn't been provided by government in these areas. Sanitation is a right. Article 43 of the Constitution provides for a right to safe housing, sanitation, health, and others, economic and social rights. The government is a signatory to the SDGs. SDG number 6 is about sanitation and water. We have an entire Ministry of Water and Sanitation and Irrigation. But then, millions of people don't have access to toilet. And Anthony, there's something that you said. Children, women, when it comes to a certain time of night, they cannot get out to go use a toilet because of security and all, and because there's no access to a toilet. So this is an injustice to a huge sector of our population. Willis.
Yes.
What does the ministry say about this? Is this a policy?
Thanks. Thanks. I think that is a good observation. One, the ministry, if you remember the history, we never had the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Over the last 2 years, the shift has been just from the naming that sanitation is given the prominence so that Kenyans know that it is a priority for the government. Secondly, the ministry over the last 1 to 2 years has developed what we call National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, which in line with the Constitution and also development priorities at 2030, year 2030, there is projected realization of universal access to sanitation. And if you look at the projected investment, around 504 billion Kenya shillings between the last 2 years, I can say 2021 to 2030, the expectation is that we will have everyone accessing a universal, everyone accessing
in the next 7 years.
In the next 7 years, and those are their plans. In fact, most of the donors now, or development partners, and even what my brother here is saying, because there is a big recognition for the private sector. The financing gap which is there, it's complementary that we work with the private sector to make sure that the resources which are required are realized. So you can see the kind of plan. Come to water sector trust fund, for instance, because I might not be able to very much authoritatively speak on behalf of the entire country or the ministry, but we have very deliberate plans in terms of what we want to achieve. The whole belief in the ministry and other sector institutions is that sanitation is dignity. If you want, water is life, but sanitation is dignity.
And dignity is a big thing.
And dignity is a big thing. And that is what we try to do when we support programs that touch the informal segment. I'm sorry that when I gave my introduction, you had it takes the biggest part of our budget, so there is always the bias to talk about water. But
my challenge, though, Will, is whenever we think of sanitation, just like when we think of water, we think piped water.
Yes.
So we are thinking big project. Start with collecting water in a big reservoir, dam, and then put big pipes, bring to a certain area, clean that water, put small pipes into people's homes. Toilet, we think the same thing. You're building a house, you have toilet, big pipe, collects, takes to one place in Ruai or wherever, and treat it.
Yeah.
Now, just like Anthony was saying, in the slum areas of Nairobi, think about it. We are near Mukuru.
Yeah.
So all these Mukurus do not have space for pipes to be laid.
Yes.
But the government is still thinking pipes.
The government is telling us it's going to happen in 7 years.
No. I can talk about some practical steps. In fact, if you look at the percentage of seaward sanitation in urban areas, it's around 25-26%. And this leaves you with a huge gap that is there. So you have to talk about improved sanitation. And improved sanitation will take various shape and forms to be able to provide sanitation to these people. For instance, some of the projects that we support, we have a program financed by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and also German Development Bank, FW. Under this, we have, we call it upscaling basic sanitation for the urban poor, which we work with the various entities, the water companies, to have the toilets, even in urban areas, to have the toilets, and these toilets are emptied and taken to decentralized treatment facilities. More or less, it operates on the same model because the value chain for sanitation starts with containment. So the containment for him will be the container that he provides or
the toilet.
Then there is the emptying. Then there is the transport. Then there is now the final discharge into the area where you want the treatment to be done. So that is it. And when you talked about, again, some of the impacts, even the economic activities and the jobs which are created, you can also look at that. So there are those number of improved sanitation in the urban areas, which are not necessarily seaward system. Because seaward, you need a huge place. You need you need a huge land for the treatment facility. You need billions of shillings. And some of these interventions that we are talking about can be done by 10, 15 million or less, which is affordable. Now, currently we have, with the devolution, we have several county headquarters. These county headquarters don't have sewerage facilities, or most of them don't have. What are the options? The options are they able to then have decentralized treatment facilities, which even as the exhausters pick the waste from the septic tanks, can be safely discharged, and there is a way of treating them there. So we are talking about those simple solutions that have improved sanitation in the low-income areas.
However, they still pose a threat when it comes to a natural phenomenon like what we're about to experience in the country. And they still is still an issue that's posed here. And I think that remains the underlying question in today's situation, whereby we have these informal or decentralized solutions that are not permanent, that could then be toppled by the huge, copious amounts of water that we are about to experience coming in with force in the next couple of weeks. So the question is, what would be the preferred mode for sanitation? And should we not be chasing the preferred mode? Because these informal situations are likely to contribute to the disaster. And that's what we are saying here. That if we have an overarching preferred mode for sanitation, for water provision and management, is that not what we should be aspiring to and implementing, even as much as there is a plan?
I think you are right, but the whole government approach, I think, for now is that we have the housing plan and how it should be used to upgrade the slums. That is now a policy at some level. But we should also have alternatives. Most of these things come with the designs. When you talk of a decentralized treatment facility, for instance, there are specific sites where this should be located, and some of the considerations are the gradient and how it can be able to forestall things like being flooded. So it cannot just be in any place. The government policy, or if you ask me, what we are trying to do is to make sure that apart from sewer, then there are these authentic strategies, options, and technologies which can be used. Otherwise, if we hope to get, because the most and ideal solution is sewerage.
Is the pipe sewer.
But if you also go to advanced countries, they also tell you now they have much better technologies which are able.
I think so. I mean, the fixation with a huge pipe and all in this day and age doesn't have to be the only way. If there are newer, better, more efficient ways, the thing is, the solution is what's important, not the type.
Yeah.
If the type is more efficient and it comes in, it's okay, it works. Question though, Anthony, we are approaching El Nino, and the kind of areas that you work in, if you look at them, can you say that there will be a danger of sanitation-related ailments that come out of this because of flooding and all?
There will definitely be a danger because all those pit latrines are going to flood, and then the waste will get into the communities. Then we'll have all these communicable diseases, the cholera, the typhoid, etc. So what we provide is, number one, anybody, because remember we was talking about a plot.
Yeah.
A guy has 10 houses. He only has one small space, and the pit latrine gets flooded.
Yeah.
And those guys, it's not like he's going to dig. You
And
know, if it was a rural
everybody
area, he would have moved to another area and dug another pit latrine somewhere else, and farther and farther and farther. But now in Nairobi, it's the space.
That's it.
Is
That's the
constrained.
only space available.
That's the only space. And then so the only thing he can get is bring a guy to try and pump out that waste into the drain, which again impacts his neighbors. Yeah. So when we give you a Fresh Life toilet, it's actually a container that we're going to ensure, number one, the water is not going to get.
So it doesn't get flooded.
It doesn't get flooded because we are going to collect from it every day. Every day, because we've employed the youth in that community.
But that's the day it'll rain.
No, pardon, sorry.
That's the day it rains.
Even if
Is
forget
it
about
raised?
the rain, it's raised.
Okay.
It's actually raised and it's concreted around. So there's no way water is going to find itself in that particular space. And then we will ensure that the usage, because we're collecting every day, so the usage never actually gets flooded.
It'll never be full.
Yes, it'll never get full. And then the other one is, you see with the pit latrine, very many usage, and then it's many years of usage will definitely get.
Is this your solution? How much cheaper is it if you compare it to the pipe sewer sanitation?
It's probably, roughly, and this is my estimate, you'd not quote me, but it would be about a third of the cost providing normal.
And in terms of
sewage.
efficiency,
Yes.
is it more efficient?
It's actually much more efficient because we're actually collecting every day, safely disposing, and guaranteeing that waste is properly treated.
You know, I don't know. You're providing a very valuable solution to an existing problem. And yet, it's a problem that doesn't need to be a problem. See, when you talk about these settlements, these people don't arrive in Mukuru in one day. The government watches as the numbers grow.
Yep.
They're not invisible.
Yes. And the services we're talking about are just as needed when there are 10 families as when there are 100. This county government, as our other county governments, have planners. They even have a blueprint of what it is that should happen in the city. Now, you talk about affordable housing and slum upgrading, but that term slum upgrading is... So what are you doing in the slum? Making it a bigger, better slum? Yes, it is an oxymoron. No, anyway, but I know what you mean. You want to provide decent, affordable housing. Yes. That's the term that is being used. Yeah. My problem seems to be this. Huh? Every time you come up with solutions it's like you're entrenching the government indifference to finding lasting solutions.
It's actually not. We're actually not impacting that. Some problems come faster.
What you're doing is not negative.
Yes, I agree.
What you're doing is very positive, and it's necessary, and it must be done. I am simply saying, okay, let me draw a parallel. It's like when you have people investing in private schools or private hospitals, the government takes a back seat.
Says, okay, there's a solution out there. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a solution out there. I don't see. I mean, the same citizens going to these places. Now, what we're discussing right now has a profound impact on very many people because these low-income areas where the vast number of people in our cities live. Yeah. But that having been said, how closely do you work with the parent ministry that Brother Michael comes from?
I'd like Willis to comment on that, and then we'll...
Yes, how closely do you work?
Thanks. I think that is a good question. Number one, the ministry sets the policies and the procedures and the rules. So a framework is given to private sector how to operate. There are sanitation policy. They need to know who works here. They get those MOUs. That is very important. Number two is in terms of the financing that they do. This is recognized because there is a huge financing gap in the sector. So that when they come with the resources, that is very important. Currently, we are organizing for something like an investors conference, taking note of these opportunities which are there for them to come and fill the gap. I don't want to say that the government is running away from its responsibility. It's a question of complementarity and different roles that different entities can undertake to make sure that we still have the same objective.
You see, from where you sit, there are things you understand the government that we don't.
Yes.
The things that you see that we don't.
Yeah.
So with the limited visibility I have, that is what I base my conclusion on.
Yeah.
But it's not really that limited because if indeed the very things that you are saying were done in the manner that you're saying they should be done and the finances used in the way we keep saying they should be, these problems that we're talking of, even with regards to El Nino, we'll be discussing solutions, what it is that is going to be done about it, instead of wondering, why, now that El Nino is coming, what are we going to do? The discussion would be, yes, with El Nino, this is what we're going to do. We've already done this, because this discussion didn't start last month. The weather people have been telling us about El Nino for quite some time now. Yes. That is why I asked how closely you work, because some of these things can be forestalled. Some of these things can be rectified long before they become a menace or they become a big problem.
So it's an attitude problem, not an attitude, but it's an approach issue.
Yes.
The government recognizing that it has a mandate to provide sanitation and other services to the people.
Yes.
The government recognizing its own limitations
Yes.
and its capabilities, but also recognizing its facilitative role. The private sector being then encouraged to come up and provide solutions. They can invest in research and development. They can invest in this and the other. The government also encouraging the academia to do more research. For example, can we turn all this urine that we have in the sewers into something that, instead of importing fertilizer, maybe we can just be making our own fertilizer here. And all those things. And then Anthony and the others in the private sector being able to work with the government. We want to thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Asanteni sana. Anthony Mulinge is the managing director for a company called Fresh Life Initiative. He says they provide sanitation solutions in the slum areas of Nairobi, Kisumu, Eldoret so far, right? And Willis Ombai is the CEO of the Water Sector Trust Fund. Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The Ministry of Health has unveiled the national guidelines on workplace mental wellness, signalling a significant step towards addressing the pressing issue of mental health in the country's workforce. Speaking at the launch, Acting Director General of Health, Dr. Patrick Amoth, said the most common mental health conditions include anxiety, depression, substance use disorder, and bipolar mood disorder.
Estimates that 15% of the working population is living with at least one mental health condition. If you contextualize that locally, out of a working population of nearly 25 million people, that translates to nearly 3.7 million people living with a mental health condition. And that is just within the working population.
He further called on employers to offer the required support to their employees in order to deal with mental illness at the workplace and result in productivity.
The managers and supervisors, on the other hand, their role include creating supportive working environment that recognizes abilities and matches tasks with the prerequisite abilities, and also identifying those who are at risk and linking them with the necessary support system.
Bowen Kanda, the father of Mercy Cherono, who died 4 days after her admission at the Daystar University, says he'll not rest until justice is served. Kanda says his daughter's death raises many questions and he suspects the institution is hiding something, as they've already called him to refund her fees.
There was something mischievous happening in the institution. Why the hurry to pay me back school fees, yet I have not even buried my daughter? But nobody from the management has come officially to say even sorry to the family. I'm truly aggrieved, and I want to say that I will not let this matter rest here. Justice has to be done.
The family representative says the school failed to follow the right procedure when they moved the body from the suspected crime scene.
Where were these guards? Were there people manning that door? Did anyone enter to the hostel and stabbed this girl? Because if you look at the scene, presence of a family member.
After 4 surgeries in 3 weeks, a broken needle left inside 23-year-old Evelyn Wairimu during childbirth 5 months ago has finally been removed following an operation at Muranga Level 5 Hospital. Evelyn was left with a needle in her birth canal after a normal delivery of her first child at Kiriwara Sub-County Hospital in Gatanga constituency. Anti-LGBTQ plus movement leaders in Mombasa have planned a mega demonstration today to oppose the Supreme Court's decision to allow registration of organizations that champion same-sex relations. The leaders, who include religious leaders and lobby groups, have vowed to mobilize locals from all the 6 sub-counties in Mombasa to hold street protests against LGBTQ at 1 p.m. after Muslim prayers. In its Tuesday decision, the Apex Court upheld the right of the National Gay and Lesbian Rights Commission to register as a non-government organization. The horrific scope of the death and destruction caused by Storm Daniel across eastern Libya continues to emerge as rescuers and reporters arrive in the flood zone. Towns across eastern Libya are devastated with 11,300 confirmed dead as of last night in Dana, which was flooded by a massive wall of water after 2 dams bursts. Its mayor, Abdul Menam Al-Ghadi, has warned that the death toll in his city alone could reach 20,000 based on the number of buildings in the districts destroyed by the flood. And finally, Migwani MCA Harrison Maluki has been removed as Kitui County Assembly Majority Leader. The decision to remove Maluki by Majority Wiper MCAs received approval from the Wiper Party headquarters, which also endorsed Kuso MCA John Mwinzi as his replacement. In the changes, Majority Whip Mkwate Katula of Kanyangi Ward was replaced by Kitui Township MCA Daniel Kimanzi. That's the news. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okay, a few minutes after 8 o'clock, traffic in the city. It's heavy on Uhuru Highway, getting towards the Haile Selassie Junction and then out into the CBD. We're looking at traffic coming off Langata Road as well as then touching on Rilo Dinga Way, just a little bit here and there. Jogo Road is busy. We're also looking at heavy traffic on Landis. It's bumper to bumper all the way through towards the Kamkunji roundabout. And Uhuru Highway then will take you out into the CBD, out through towards Westland. Look at what's going on the Thika Superhighway for a Friday. Really heavy traffic then coming in towards Pangani at the underpass, and some traffic also Muthaiga Square leading towards Kiambu Road and in from Kiambu Road. Westland's also busy. A hive of activity. We're going to keep an eye on things as we get closer and in more into traffic hour. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X as we keep things moving this Friday morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation on Spice FM, on KTN Home, on YouTube and on Facebook. As we get into this third hour, have you actually logged on to NairobiMarathon.com? You should. And because when you log on to NairobiMarathon.com, you're going to get a lot of information on the upcoming 20th edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. The information contained therein includes the route races. So the races, there's the 5 kilometer, 10 kilometer.
Continue.
21 kilometer, 42 kilometer.
Very good.
And the date, which is very important, 29th of October, 2023. And the amount that you need to register with, which is
2,000 shillings.
2,000 shillings. It'll also tell you how you can participate in a virtual race and how you can also participate in the same race on the same day, but if you're outside Nairobi, in Mombasa and other parts of the country. So the website is
www.nairobimarathon.com.
Bas. Proceeds from this
goes towards the Future Makers program, helps young people, especially girls and people with disability, to learn, earn, and grow.
Very good. Now, we've had several conversations in the past about Japan and the encouragement to think about studying in Japan, and also thinking of taking up the opportunity to live and work in Japan. But thinking of just studying in Japan for various institutions, many of them older than Kenya itself, and universities in Japan offering very good courses from whatever science into the arts, into the humanities, and all that. We've previously hosted several professors from various Japanese universities. This morning, we have another professor from a Japanese university, and he's in the studio to talk to us about the prospects and opportunities of studying in Japan. Professor Masahiro Okumura, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
That is the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
So make yourself comfortable.
Okay.
To welcome you to the conversation, C.T. Muga has the day's proverb. Every week he comes up with proverbs. He studies and gets proverbs from a certain African country. And then he comes and shares with us the proverbs, one per day.
Yes.
This week the proverbs are from?
Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone.
Yes.
Prof, you know where Sierra Leone is?
Yes.
Have you been there yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Tell them about Sierra Leone.
Yes, this is our final proverb for this week from the country of Sierra Leone. Sweet rice is eaten quickly.
Sweet rice is eaten quickly. You're telling a Japanese man about sweet rice.
Well, I'm going to ask him if there is sweet rice in Japan. Or what sort of rice they have in Japan.
No, it's not very sweet.
It's not very sweet.
Do you like the rice?
Yes, very much.
Okay.
Yes.
When you get good rice, what do you consider to be good rice?
Good rice.
Well done rice.
In our rice is like very sticky, a bit sticky. Yes. And the soft, and that would be good for us.
How do you prepare your rice? How do you like your rice? What's your favorite rice dish?
Rice dish is just kind of we are using rice as ugali, so it with some dishes. So it's not
Which one do you like the best?
Just plain rice,
Plain rice.
Yes. Plain rice itself is very tasty.
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now this proverb says, "Sweet rice is eaten quickly." What do you think the proverb is saying?
Sweet rice
is eaten quickly.
Eaten quickly.
Yes.
So it's kind of the words of Africa.
Yes.
It's really difficult for us to translate, into our thinking.
But tell us what you think anyway.
Okay. So the good thing, you need to grasp as soon as possible. That's what I think.
That's it.
That's it. You've got it.
Underline that in red. Put a tick. Put 100. And then stamp.
Stamp it.
Wrap it in a gold box.
Yeah. That's a good one. Professor, you are director of the Hokkaido University Africa office.
Yes.
So first, tell us about Hokkaido University and tell us why you need an Africa office.
Okay. So Hokkaido University is the oldest higher education institute in Japan. We are starting from the agricultural college. That was like about 1872. So we are one of 7 national comprehensive universities in Japan. And for our internationalization, we opened overseas offices. The first one was in Beijing. Second one is Korea. South Korea. The third one is the Finland, and the fourth one is in the Lusaka. So that's where Africa office is, and the Africa office that is based on the long-lasting collaboration with the University of Zambia and Hokkaido University. So actually, when they need veterinary education, which they didn't have, so we sent many professors to start veterinary education. They learn veterinary education. Then after some time, we accept postgraduate students from Zambia to Japan. Then train them and gave them the PhD degrees and send them back to Zambia. Then now it's 100% academic staff of the School of Vet Med is Zambian.
Wow.
So on that long-lasting the collaboration basis, we opened our office because Africa is one of our target to collaborate and also, have the student exchange.
Yeah.
I think 2006, 7, 8, we sent our student to school. But I'm a professor in veterinary medicine. Then we sent our student to Zambia. Then, Zambian colleagues taught, some specific, the subject to our student. It's kind of the,
it was an exchange
bilateral exchange we have started. Now we are running some, collaborative research project there also. And that is why we can put, our office in Lusaka. And also, we found that, that Zambian student, okay, we can say that an entire student from entire Africa is very good, So it's highly potential, high potential they have. And also they have good, language proficiency, and the language ability, I can say. Then, it means that they can collect, the scientific information very easily in comparison with other part of our world. So the African students have the, high potential, is a very good student. That is why we want to
get more
students to us.
Which courses are you concentrating on? That more and more students from Africa going to Japan to study. Which courses have you seen that there's a great interest in, or at least you've seen that we're able to do well and then pick up on that and go into careers in the future?
Thank you very much. So I need to explain separately. This is our own program, and also you see a program related to the Study in Japan project. So Study in Japan project is under the government. The government, we have more than 700 universities in Japan, and we have plenty of the disciplines. So then the government push universities to have more and more international students in their institute. So that is why I think any subject, any disciplines, we can accept students. And in terms of us,
now for Hokkaido itself.
Hokkaido University. Hokkaido University, we have some schools which have very, very big interest in African students, especially in the infectious diseases, and also the veterinary medicine, and engineering, and agriculture, and then economics, and environmental sciences. And those schools have big, interest to accept students.
And is the interest to educate a lot of these candidates from Africa and then have them go back to their respective countries to start a career? What's the center of it? What's the interest here? Educate them and then go back, impact your society, or to stay in Japan and work, build a career? What are you looking for?
Thank you very much for your question. And this is also we need to explain separately. For the government of Japan, so they would like to accept good students from Africa. Then let them take PhD degrees. Then the government wants to them to work more in Japan, in Japanese companies.
Okay.
So, but for us, maybe Hokkaido University, then we actually depends on the students.
It's your choice.
Yes, the history indicating that we accept surely many students from Africa. Students from Africa, some of them study more in the States or other countries, and some of them are working with us. Some of them are coming back to their own countries. Then it means that our collaborator. Actually, I have 3 Zambian students
currently.
Currently, in the history of my laboratory, it's not university, it's not school, just my laboratory. It's one went back to Zambia, then he's a clinic manager of veterinary teaching hospital. Then we are collaborating with many things.
With your lab.
With the lab. Then second one, she went back I think last year. Then she started working there. Maybe in the future we can have the collaborative research. Another one is now currently is a student in my lab. Maybe she is going to other country and study more. So it depends. So
tell us a little bit more about your lab.
Yes, my lab.
Yes, tell us a little bit more about when did it start? What do you do? What are you planning to do? And some of the achievements that the lab has managed to attain.
Okay. So actually, I was appointed as the full professor.
Yes.
The head of the laboratory in 2008. Then my laboratory is a laboratory of veterinary surgery. And the surgery, doing surgeries,
And animals.
Animals.
Yes.
Then we are basically learning and researches on the joint diseases and the oncology in animals. Then we are handling, the horses and small animals. Then that research grant is from the Racing Society. Racing Society means Horse Racing Society, and collaborating with the paper producing company in Japan, one of the biggest, paper producing company. Then the product, we transform into the medicine. That is our research. So we are new drug, new medicine.
For horses.
Is for horses in Mongolia. Then we bring them there. Then we have the collaborative research in Mongolia. Then we are learning something, and also we sent it to the Zambia. Then we are testing now. Then we sent it to the Sri Lanka. They are using some research project.
Why did you decide to focus on horses?
This is my interest.
It's a personal interest.
My personal interest, yes.
Okay. So I gather then that at Hokkaido University, especially on agriculture, because this started as an agriculture college.
Yes.
And over the years, it has then improved on its offerings for agriculture courses. You're very big on agriculture. Just take us through like the main campus and your department of veterinary medicine. Your department of veterinary medicine, how old is it? How many students does it admit in a year?
So undergraduate programs for the veterinary medicine, we are actually divided from the one agricultural school into the School of Agriculture and School of Veterinary Medicine.
Yeah.
Then I think that is 1960 something. Then
the School of Veterinary Medicine.
Yes, School of Veterinary Medicine. Now is the undergraduate student, the 40 undergraduate student in a year, and 24 postgraduate students in a year. It's not a very big school.
Why?
Yeah. Actually, we have 17 veterinary schools in Japan. So then we are producing 1,000 veterinarians in a year all over the country.
Let me ask this question.
Yes, please.
Now in Kenya, do you have any institution that you're partnering with?
The partner?
Yes, collaborating with.
We are just seeking about collaboration. Actually, yesterday I visited the University of Nairobi. Now it's a big surprise that the vice chancellor of the university is from the veterinary school. Then we had some talk about it. Maybe next visit of myself to Kenya, I visit the veterinary school. And also another thing is actually I'm running a government project to support clinical studies in veterinary medicine University of Zambia. Then we put some new equipment there. That new equipment could be used for surrounding country or sub-Saharan, not southern part of the eastern part of Africa, and regional veterinary schools can use those equipment. So maybe at that point, we collaborative, use of new equipment. Collaboration among Japan, Zambia, and Kenya, we can make. That's what I'm thinking. So that point, we just discussed with the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi.
Right. So what do you see in terms of potential when here in Kenya, in different parts of the country, in different parts of the continent? By the way, apart from Kenya, what other countries then do you seek out students to come to Japan to be able to study? I guess that would be the first part.
I think, basically, the student who access to the higher education institute in African continent, they are basically very good. It's very selective, selected students could study at the higher education institute, like University of Nairobi, and University of Zambia, and Zimbabwe, and Namibia, and Botswana. I think any country.
Anybody can come, essentially.
Yes, I think so.
Right.
Yeah.
So then what kind of student are you looking for? And I say this asking science students, art students. Here we're talking about sciences, but what kind of students are you then looking for? Who can then apply?
It's generally, it's our university professor. We are always think about, it's high potential students. Of course, different, the educations in the secondary schools. They are in the Africa, Asia, and Europe and America is a different system. So I think, the time of admission, sometimes is some specific subject is not very easy for the African students. So, but the potential, if the potential is there, and it's comparable to the the good student to other part of the world, I think that is enough for African student to come to Japan, because I'm sure that my lab actually 17, 18 student graduated to get after getting PhD. So honestly speaking, the best student of my lab was from Zambia. I have I have a student from many other part of the world, but still Zambian student was the best. So
one of the things about what you're saying that strikes me is we have very many institutions in this country, but somewhere along the line we have agricultural colleges, we have people who study veterinary science, but it doesn't get prominence. It is not one of the subjects or faculties that is talked about. And yet we as Kenya, we believe that we are an agricultural country. Now, an institution such as the one, the university you come from, could you tell us how it is that university and institution has helped with research into food production, food and animal production, within Japan? What it is that the training and these 1,000 people who you release every year, how it is they contribute to this?
Okay, so you said that is about Hokkaido University.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So then, if we accept many students from Kenya, that's what you asked me?
No, I want to know first of all about Japanese students who study agriculture or veterinary science in Japan and then who work in Japan. How that has contributed to research and production of food, which includes research into veterinary science, and how that has helped what we call food security in Japan.
Okay, so I can say that and graduates of veterinary medicine, it's worked very well. It's contributed too much. I think the veterinary medicine, and student from the veterinary medicine is kind of the multiplayer. Is in the basic research, and also of course in treatment of animals, and of course you see control. You say that food security. Then it's controlling the transportation. Logistics of the animal product to other countries. If you can control the very nicely like FMD or some other infectious diseases in the country, you can export. And also the veterinary specialist with the PhD degree, one who are negotiating with the partner countries to accept your products. So our veterinarians are working very well, and also you see, the graduated from the agricultural school. They are working very well.
Does the university have any interest in marine life?
Marine life?
Yes, fish.
Yes.
And everything that is in the sea.
Yes. Actually, we have a school of fisheries. Then and also that they are handling the catching fishes and culture fishing fishes, and also pure water aquaculture. So they are very interested in producing that kind of things. I thought that the marine animals means like sea lions. It's not the fishes. Yes, fishes. Yes, they contributed very much.
Let's take a break. We continue the conversation shortly at 8:30. Professor Masahiro Okumura is the director of the Hokkaido University Africa Office. Hokkaido University is one of the oldest universities. No, it is the oldest university in Japan, established in 1872. And they're saying we're open to taking in students from Kenya and from across Africa. This morning we're having a conversation on the prospects of going to study in Japan and also prospects of working and living in Japan, should you wish to. The government of Japan is interested in this, in encouraging universities and telling universities, take in students from across the globe. Let's be open to students from across the globe. And the Africa office is doing a lot of that. We'll be back shortly with a conversation. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin der, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him, who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room. Kenya's
Cloudy
biggest
conditions in Nairobi, highs of 22, and we'll see highs of 27, and a partly sunny Nakuru. It's 15 and sunny in Nyeri, highs of 24, and 23 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Eldoret at 15. It's sunny at 25 in Mombasa, and 27 and sunny in Malindi at 21. Kisumu is cloudy, highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 27, and a partly sunny Kakamega at 19. It's a sunny morning in Kampala at 20, and at 26, it's sunny in Dar es Salaam. It'll go to highs of 30. Sunny at 14 in Johannesburg, highs of 27, and 30 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Lagos at 24. It's 24 and cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 34 and lows of 23.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your
life.
life.
Busy in the city centre. We're looking at traffic coming in from the Thika Superhighway. That has escalated quite some. Coming in all the way from GSU headquarters out towards Survey and then through towards Pangani. That continues. Coming out of Westlands is busy as well. Limuru Road is busy. It's going to feed onto into the city onto Wangari Maathai. And whatever was going on Langata Road seems to ease just a little bit. Raila Odinga Way is busy. As you head towards Uhuru Highway, we'll see most of it there as you get onto the junction touching on Haile Selassie. All right, keeping an eye on things. We are in traffic hour. See what happens at about 9. And let's talk on Spice FM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Believe in Japan. Well, the Study in Japan Africa program is helping us have this conversation today with Professor Masahiro Okumura from the Hokkaido University. He's the director of the Hokkaido University Africa office based in Lusaka, Zambia, talking about opening up applications for students from Kenya and other parts of Africa to join this and any of the other 700 universities in Japan. Now, what's the procedure for getting to study in Japan?
So, in some ways, of course, you may get, the government scholarship, Japanese government scholarship from the Embassy of Japan. It would be the easiest way to get into the Japanese universities. Then, if you on the process of the screening of the applicants to the government scholarship, they can decide which university they are going to study. But mainly, that scholarship is for the postgraduate studies. So, in the case of the undergraduate studies, some government scholarship is available for it, but still, you may communicate directly with the university. So, universities, some universities have the English spoken courses for undergraduate studies. So maybe that the courses should have their own scholarship at the same time of the application, and also application for admission, and also you should make application for the scholarship. So
so you apply this at the Japanese embassy?
It's government scholarship.
Okay.
Then other ways, like Hokkaido University for undergraduate, we have the special international student selection. So you may apply that point, then you send your application to that selection. Then you may have the document screening. Then after that interview, they may have some examinations, but some the courses requires some skills of the Japanese languages. But some courses just English spoken courses you can enter directly, and also some mixed the courses like starting from the 100% English, then there's Japanese the training on the way. Then when you graduate, you can speak both English and Japanese.
So there are some courses where they will begin with the 100% English.
Yes.
But then later on, as you progress, they'll start introducing Japanese language of instruction. Which means that by this time, you should have learned Japanese.
Yes.
So are there parallel Japanese courses that you'll be learning?
Yes. So, excuse me.
Yep. So there's parallel Japanese courses that you'll be learning as you do this.
Yes.
And then are there are some courses that require 100% Japanese understanding by the time you're being admitted. So how do they test your proficiency in Japanese?
Japanese, you see, and in Kenya, there is Japanese, the schools, language schools. Then you can have some training at the school, language school. Then you may have the Japanese the test examination. It's also is taking place in the Nairobi. Then you get that's so-called N3. N2 is the level of the Japanese. If you pass that that's specific the level of Japanese skills and which meet the requirement of the respective courses.
So language is not a barrier to you to be able to get your education. So for like at Hokkaido, for example, are all courses taught in English? Are all the courses for getting your first degree, for example, are they taught in English? So much so that if I am going to Japan and I don't speak Japanese, I will still be able to study.
Yes. Okay. Honestly speaking, if you are in university and if you are joining in postgraduate studies, almost all courses, you can just only English. But if for your survival outside of the university, some languages will be necessary. And also in some specific courses like Japanese studies, Japanese histories. you have to have Japanese skills, even in the postgraduate studies.
Right.
But otherwise, that for natural science related courses, almost all courses accept English only student.
No, I agree with you, because I sometimes wonder, someone lives in this country for 10 years and still cannot speak Kiswahili. So so it's like your visit to Kenya was a waste, because surely even if you don't have to learn in Kiswahili, at least speak the language. So why then go to Japan for 5-6 years and you do not know Japanese? It's a wasted opportunity.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's wasted. Prof, how much does it cost to study in Japan?
Yes. It depends on the courses, like the private school and private university and national university. I think you will be surprised. You'll be surprised. For the national university, half year, $2,000 for tuition.
Half year.
Then 1 year is $4,000.
So 4,000 USD.
USD
per year.
Per year, yes.
In the public university.
It's public university.
Wow.
Yes.
And what about accommodation?
Okay, accommodation is depend on the place you are living.
Okay, the cheapest, simplest place.
Okay.
Most rural place.
Yes. I told you that we have 700 universities.
Yes.
Even in the very rural areas.
There are universities.
So, honestly speaking, our university, Hokkaido.
Yes.
The Hokkaido University is, located in the northernmost island. Then, it's an old city, but I think seventh or seventh, biggest city in Japan. So our cost of living is not very expensive. Then maybe accommodation is per month be for the students is $200.
For like a flat or
200
something.
per month.
Yes, like flat, yes. And if you are lucky enough to get into the university accommodation, is maybe 1/3 of that cost.
So when you say that the cost of living is not very expensive,
Not
this
very-
will all be relative, of course. So like, what are we talking about? Cost of living, food,
food, yes.
transport. If you're living outside of the campus, getting to school. So what would you put that on an average for those who don't get housing?
So for the Japanese student, they accept maybe $600 per month from their parents.
For everything.
For everything per month. Then of course you may add some your pleasure and also your study. You are buying books. Maybe some more cost to be necessary. But now I'm calculating on the basis of the current exchange rate.
Yes.
You have Japanese yen to week now,
Which is a good thing. So about 600 USD a month, your living expenses, and then 4,000 a year. That's your tuition.
Yes.
And this is just at Hokkaido University. But you're saying, on average, this would be the tuition. This would be at the average on all public universities.
Yes. Yes. I think that is yes.
And that compares a lot to what we have, right, in the public universities in the country about annual fees. So, I want to still focus on Hokkaido for a bit. How many African students do you have in Hokkaido University at present?
Due to the pandemic of COVID-19, the international rate and number of international students are changing a bit. But for the African student currently, maybe about 80 African students in the entire university now.
What's the student population, the entire student population in Hokkaido?
Okay, entire international student will be 2,000. Then out of 2,000, the 80
are from Africa.
Yes.
Okay. How easy is it to interact with people in Japan? So you've gone into Japan. You're an international student. You speak just basic Japanese. Let's just say the basic Japanese. Arigato and calling people san. You have that basic. How would it be for you to interact with other people and to learn? And
I think the language.
You know what I'm asking here is I'm asking, are the Japanese people welcoming?
Yeah, okay. Remember that last 2021 we had the Tokyo Olympic Games.
Yes.
So and some the participants came back from the Japan to their own country, what they said that, is most of them said that, what is the best in Japan is hospitality. So the people should be very kind, even for the international students. They don't care about the origin of the country. They are always they're very kind. Even if they can't understand English, they try to understand English. So maybe these days maybe the applications
Google Translate and others.
that's useful.
One of the things that has always been interesting with collaborations, especially now with the country of Japan, Japan is celebrating this year 60 years of collaboration with this country, Kenya.
Yeah.
Which means they've been collaborating, but in very many ways, mostly through JICA.
Yes.
In all this time, there are two things that have stood out for me. One, I look at some of the Western countries, and they will have a center where somebody can actually learn the language. The Germans have one, the French have one. Now, is it policy within the government of Japan to set up centers where one can learn Japanese within the countries where they collaborate?
I'm not a politician. I'm not, but I'm a government. But still, the real situation is that, in the Korea, in China and Southeast Asia, we have many institutions who provide, Japanese language training. Then we send, the Japanese teachers to those areas. But here in Africa, so honestly speaking, like in Kenya and also maybe South Africa, maybe in the Senegal, actually we have some, the Japanese certified Japanese teachers. So they are providing the good training for Japanese. Then I think Kenyan one is allocated in the Jomo Kenyatta University. So and Zambia, some Japanese courses are run by the volunteers, Japanese volunteers.
Okay.
So but the government itself, they do not have much input.
So there's no institute, like we have the Goethe Institute,
Lyons
Francais, the Confucius.
Not like that.
Okay. How many of the students that have come to Hokkaido have remained in Japan to then pursue a career?
You see the African student.
Yes.
African student. Yes. I think it's roughly. It's a country I can count in Hokkaido University. Is one is as a assistant professor, and then another one is maybe every year 3 or 4 African students are remaining in the universities and the postdoc positions and also the academic staff.
How many go into the private sector within Japan?
Private sectors are very difficult to say that, the veterinary medicine a bit, the different fields, but school of engineering, some of them are working in the private companies, and but the rate would be maybe less than 10% at this moment.
Okay.
But that is why government, encouraged students to try to apply Japanese in the companies to work.
Oh, okay. To stay in Japan and work.
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes universities or institutions of higher learning track their students after they've graduated to kind of see where they land. So if they're not staying in Japan, have you been able to see? Kind of gives value to the education that you've given. Have you then been able to see that those who've graduated, where they've gone, what they're doing after they've had a Hokkaido education, for example? Do you do that to be able to see what happens after they graduate?
After the graduate, some of them, yes, we can trace, what is happening after that, but most of them at this moment, because the number is not so many, and they are coming from the higher education institute, and also some of them had the kind of the position of staff development fellow. Those students should come back to the each institutions than to be academic staff. So I think in the number of the students who are going to be academic staff is a bit big now.
Okay.
What would you give as advice to somebody who's applying to join any of these Japanese universities? And then there's that interview process. What advice would you give somebody so that they can ace that process?
Yes. So honestly speaking, I was chairperson of the examination committee up to last year at my school.
Give us
and then, yes, we did not care about too much on the academic the conversations, but we are trying to see the motivations, then and what applicants want to do. Clearly that the indication would be clear indication would be necessary for examiners. So I think motivations and a clear explanation.
How do you gauge that? So it's not about the academics. Yes, I have an undergrad and I'm looking for a postgrad and looking to get into a PhD program. You don't really care about what you look at is, yes, you have qualified. The next is the character of the individual.
Yes.
How do you gauge, how do you judge the character of an individual in a room?
It's my own experience. I can say that, it's bit too much, motivated, too much, and power to explain.
Too energetic.
Yes, a bit aggressive. Will be a good student in the future, in later on. I mean, the student who applied, who had the interview, the interview aggressively, expressing, what applicants would like to do. Then that should, after entering the course, that kind of student becomes, very motivated and very, improved, very much improved student.
So express yourself.
Yes.
When you ask a question, respond, not just with one word, not just, yes, I want to study in Japan. Why? Because I have an undergrad in veterinary medicine.
I think...
why? So you want somebody who will come and give you longer answers to show you that they are actually passionate about this program and what they want to do.
But not too long.
Okay, not too long.
And generally speaking, it's my impression is the African student a bit modest to express what they are thinking. So like Japanese.
Does the Hokkaido University have exchange programs with any universities? Let's start with Africa, then we'll come to Kenya, where, yes, we have people going to Japan, but also you have students from Japan coming to, whether it's Zambia or Kenya or some country that you...
Yes, in Kenya, not Hokkaido University, but some universities like Nagasaki University, which has the collaborative research, station with KEMRI.
Yes.
They have, exchange program. They send in Japanese student, and also they accept a Kenyan student.
Okay.
And Yamaguchi University, School of Veterinary Medicine, they have a exchange agreement with the veterinary medicine at the University of Nairobi. So and also Hokkaido University. I'm sure that we don't have clear agreement with the Kenyan universities. We have the agreement with the University of Zambia, University of Namibia, University of the Pretoria, and Johannesburg, and some other universities. But on the basis of the agreement, like a university exchange agreement, we can have special scheme named the HUSTEP to accept, the short-term exchange student from, partner universities. That agreement we have with the University of Nairobi. So this year, I think one Kenyan student is going to Hokkaido University on that scheme.
Right.
So something like this.
Have you heard what kind of feedback do you get from your African students after they finish their studies and after interacting with the Japanese society? What do they tell you?
Generally, very much positive. And also, they said that, the Japanese society has, and the student, they are always under, good discipline.
That's the word.
So that's what it is.
What do you understand that to mean? What do they mean when they say the Japanese people have discipline?
Like the punctual, the working, and punctual, the pleasure, and any other things. It's always on time, and also prepared nicely. Then
Prof, can you actually? Are you able to convert when the people come to Japan? They get that discipline of especially punctuality.
Time.
Punctuality, because I'm even seeing very many comments here.
Wow.
Somebody says, I work in the tourism industry and the level of discipline that I witness with the Japanese is on another level. So many comments are mentioning Japan equals discipline. Africans do, of course, when they come the first few days, maybe they're not even on punctual when entering the, but do they pick it up?
I think so.
So there's a transference of culture, is what we're saying here, possible, because, we still look at Japanese society, Japanese culture as highly conservative still. So would you say that there is an infiltration of culture even while you're getting an education? Perhaps that now goes to what we're seeing here, that there's almost a culture injection, even while you're going through the 4 years of your education, you'll be out and you have more than a diploma. Would that be something that you see as well?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Do you think the Japanese are able to learn anything from Africans? I notice it that you have, for example, have been in Zambia for a while. You have interacted with African students that you're teaching. What have you picked up from Africans?
These days I feel that, as I told you that, the African students are so modest.
Yeah.
He's very quiet. Then, but they are is really want to study more and more. If I provide something, some subject, then I explain about the problems and the way of resolving. They start asking me many questions. It's much more than Japanese student. So I think they want to have the knowledge and the skills. That motivation is very much high, very much very
above
very much
others.
Above and yes, if Japanese student could be in the African society and like African students, that would be good maybe experience for them. So maybe she said that our culture is very conservative. Yes, we keep the system. That is why we want to send students out. So that scheme which Yamaguchi University has with the University of Nairobi, that is one of the aim to send the student exposed to the other culture. Is really important for us because we are very isolated country on the islands. We are protected by ocean. But it's difficult to interact with others. Yes.
Have you ever wondered why it is the African students you've interacted with are so eager to learn and to understand? Have you wondered why? Or have you asked them why?
Yeah, sorry, I did not ask them, but I guess that the information they have is very limited. Like and even textbook which they use is a bit old textbook. So because maybe renewing is not very easy, and that is why we provided some electronic books to the University of Zambia. Then, but still the information is always renewed, even for us. What I studied in the past is already changed everything. So as a scientist, as the student who are studying in university, you need to renew the knowledge all the time. So that the process is not easy for the African student currently. So that is why they are very much want to get more and more information. That's what I thought.
Because we understand what it can do. You see, if one goes to Japan and they look at what the Japanese society is like, they will understand immediately how Japan got there. And so one will understand that the opportunity of being in Japan gives them also an opportunity to do things that can get them exactly where they are now. A student in Japan, they're Japanese, it is their country, things have been done.
They take it for granted.
Yeah, well, it's there. So you know. So the idea to send for the exposure, it is actually a good plan. Because, you see, one of the things that often happens, if you look at societies and most of civilizations, civilizations get to a point where now they start declining. And the decline gets to a point, often begins when people feel they have arrived. So the need to really try isn't quite there.
It's not as much as for the others.
No, it isn't.
Study in Japan, you also can explore the opportunity to live and work in Japan. Go to www.studyinginjapanforafrica.com. You'll get more information there. That's www.studyinginjapanforafrica.com. You get more information about all the universities, 700 plus universities in Japan. Hokkaido University is one of the biggest one, and Professor Masahiro Okumura is the director of the Hokkaido University Africa office. He's been telling us about the programs that they have and encouraging you to go to their website and see the various courses that are available and when you can start applying. Prof, thank you very much for joining us.
Asante sana.
And for all the information that you've shared with us. And yes, it's possible for you to get scholarships, either government scholarships or each of the individual universities have also scholarship programs. Just go to studyinjapanforafrica.com and get more detail. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Kenyans have expressed their anger after the government announced sky-high fuel prices last night. For the first time in history, the prices of fuel rose by as high as 20 shillings per litre, with a jump expected to have far-reaching consequences to households. In the review, the price of petrol is up by almost 17 shillings per litre, while that of diesel has increased by about 22.32 per litre and kerosene by 33 shillings. However, angry Kenyans took to social media to express their dismay at the sharp rise in fuel prices, saying that would pain them more. Some told Kenyans to enjoy their own medicine after voting for the Kenya Kwanza administration, despite several warnings. Government-allied bloggers defended the government, saying the latest prices are in line with global scenarios that are witnessing high prices of fuel. This event comes as EPRA CEO Daniel Kiptoo has attributed the rise to the dollar, among other factors.
You have seen the price per metric ton of super petrol go up from $818 in June to $880 in July, and now $947 in August. For diesel, we have seen the price go up from $636 in June to $725 in July to $853 in August. And from where we sit as a regulator, we see this trend continuing towards the end of the year. What you see is just a graphical representation, and you can see where the numbers are going on an upward trend.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is once again the center of online jokes after confidently uttering a false statement while delivering a speech during an official trip to Colombia. In his address, Gachagua invited Colombian business leaders to visit and invest in the country, where they'll not only enjoy Kenyans' hospitality, but also have the rare experience of encountering wild animals such as tigers. Factually, tigers are not native to Kenya or even Africa, but are primarily found in Asian countries.
Kenya is a very warm country. We are very hospitable, and we invite Colombian business people to come and invest in Kenya. Again, as you come to invest in Kenya, we have many facilities for tourism. We have rare species of our wildlife: the elephant, the rhino, the buffalo, the tiger.
Anti-LGBTQ plus movement leaders in Mombasa have planned a mega demonstration today to oppose the Supreme Court's decision to allow registration of organizations that champion same-sex relations. The leaders, who include religious leaders and lobby groups, have vowed to mobilize locals from all the 6 sub-counties in Mombasa to hold street protests against LGBTQ. In its Tuesday decision, the Apex Court upheld the right of the National Gay and Lesbian Rights Commission to register as a non-government organization. Siaya Governor James Orengo has appointed former nominated MP Jacqueline Odwal for a position of a County Executive Committee member. Orengo has appointed the former MP in the post of the County Executive Committee member for Water, Sanitation, Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources. Odwal's name is among those in the list of nominees that the governor submitted to the County Assembly for consideration to various county executive positions. If approved by the County Assembly, she'll take charge of the docket which has been vacant after Dr. Julie Onyango, who held the docket, was impeached by the County Assembly over alleged misconduct. Slain Mulolongo hairdresser Jane Mwende Mwanzia was strangled. An autopsy has shown the postmortem conducted at Montezuma Mona Lisa mortuary in Machakos indicated that 29-year-old Mwende's death was caused by a manual neck compression. A family spokesman, John Mutuku, said pathologists told them Mwende was strangled using a piece of clothing.
Kulingana na ile uchunguzi imefanyiwa, hakuna pahali lingine imepatikana, ni kunyongwa tu. Maisha yake ilipotea kupitia kwa kunyongwa. Kupitia kwa hao wapelelezi na agencies za serikali zote watufanyie haraka ndio familia iweze kupata haki. Juu si kitu ya kufurahisha, na familia kama sisi kama familia tuko na uchungu sana, lakini tunaomba serikali ifanye hima ndio tuweze kupata haki yetu.
That's the Newswire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, a few minutes after 9 o'clock, we're still looking at traffic in the city. It's heavy coming off of the City Stadium roundabout, coming off Jogo Road onto Landis, and it's bumper to bumper through towards Haile Selassie at the junction of Kamkunji. We're also looking at traffic still on the Thika Superhighway, heavy coming past that drift at Survey out towards the underpass. Some of that traffic will go towards Wangari Maathai. We're already seeing that happening, and then trying to get into the city. Incoming traffic from Chiromo is also going to compound that just a tad. It's busy coming out of Muthaiga and then on to Limuru Road as well. So we're still looking at traffic happening in those parts. Uhuru Highway is probably the busiest of it all. Langata Road done and dusted with morning traffic, and the Eastern Bypass also not as much. All right, let's take a look at about 9:30 and see how Friday morning pans out. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Kenya's biggest conversation gets into the final hour for this week. Very good morning to you. It's the 15th day of September 2023. Mafuta imepanda imefika how much?
211 shillings.
Hiyo ni sawa usijali. Now what you can do is you can start preparing to run by walking to work. It's two birds, one stone. This is what you do. So mafuta imepanda. It's all this complication. How about you walk? And then as you walk to work and walk back home and you walk for lunch, and you do all those things by walking, you're preparing actually for the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, the 20th edition. That's going to be next month.
You have an answer to everything, don't you?
Come Sunday 29th, you are as fitter than a fiddle.
Okay. Well, yes.
You
because
agree? Good.
well, in terms of ramping up your fitness, definitely is going to help you with that. It is the 20th edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. It takes place on the 29th of October. How can you participate? You get on to www.nairobimarathon.com. You pay 2,000 shillings to register. And then, yes, you can, start walking, doing all these fun things to be able to train for the marathon, which takes place on that day coming off of Uhuru Gardens. And it's also that we can contribute towards the Future Makers program. It helps young people, especially girls and people with disability, to earn, learn, and grow. It's a special one because it's the 20th edition. This one you want to be part of. Yes.
20 years of this. All right. It's a very good thing. Now, for those who are talking about you, what our Deputy President was saying in Colombia, if you have not seen a tiger in this country, you're not in this country.
Even on TV.
Kenya has tigers. That's it.
So.
We do.
Yeah, can you stop arguing?
I'm not arguing, I'm merely asking if we do.
No, I'm saying, can people stop arguing?
Well, I should stop asking questions.
Was he saying tiger? I'm a tiger, ile ya cheetah.
See, that's the thing now. Now you start to get it.
Okay.
I understand. I'm with it.
Ama ile ya haina.
Inaweza kuwa ile ya haina, ama ile ya cheetah, ama ile ya lion.
Ata elephant.
Yeah. Tiger, leopard, lion.
Yote ni?
Tiger.
Tiger. Surely.
The next thing he's going to say, at a pussycat in the tiger.
But that's what I've said.
Okay, niendelee.
We talked about this earlier as we were talking about the conversation we're going to have. Our Health Friday conversation today is looking at childbirth, pregnancy, managing of pregnancy into safe delivery of babies. Now, the statistic that is quite shocking is that 1 in every 4 births in the world is babies who are born too early, born too small for their gestational age and such. And it's a big one. So those ones contribute to very many other complications for these babies into the future. Either they may not survive, and those that survive still grow up with complications. Now, apparently a study was conducted by several health experts from across the world, including Kenyan experts, on this particular one, and what leads to this and what needs to be addressed here. One of those global participants of a global Lancet research is Dr. Helen Nabwera. She's here. We're in the company of greats. Dr. Helen Nabwera is an associate professor and physician scientist at the Aga Khan University. Welcome, Dr. Ari.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Where else would you be having a conversation about a global research than here?
Absolutely.
Sindio?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. You'll tell us about that, about this research that you're conducting and what you found, and especially how it impacts Kenya and children in Kenya. But let's welcome you to the conversation. First, Bwana Muga.
Yes, please.
Has the day's proverb.
Yes.
And this week's proverbs have been from Sierra Leone.
Yes.
And today's proverb is
from Sierra Leone.
Oh,
okay. Mm-hmm. Sweet rice is eaten quickly.
Sweet rice is eaten quickly. Dr. Ari, does that make sense?
It does. It does.
What's your interpretation of it?
I guess in the African setting, when sweet can be interpreted in different ways. It doesn't necessarily mean sugar sweet. It could be a tasty meal. And certainly when rice is prepared in a tasty way, such as in the West African region, then it there's not normally much left on the plate. That's my interpretation.
I like you, Doctor.
whoa. Man, she's going to print the whole day.
In fact,
sour. What is that thing? That rice called jalopy?
Jollof.
Oh, sorry.
Doctor knows what she's talking about.
Okay.
Jalopy rice.
Sorry.
I know where to find you.
Jollof rice.
Jollof rice.
So it's about something that's good. It'll be consumed or grabbed very fast. Okay. Now, I've given some statistics that I saw somewhere. Please give us those statistics again now from the expert perspective.
Yeah, that's right. So I think the background of this work really came from the devastating impact that unfavorable outcomes of pregnancies are having on families, on women, and on society as a whole. Now, globally, every year, approximately 2.3 million neonates, those are infants who are born in the first 28 days, will die. The majority of those will die in sub-Saharan Africa or Southeast Asia. And the global community has given us targets to meet in order to address this, to bring this down. And according to the Sustainable Development Goals that we are working towards, we need to bring the rates of neonatal deaths down quite drastically. Now, unfortunately, in countries like, in many African countries, and Kenya is one of them, we are lagging behind in terms of addressing this. And so, as a global community of experts and researchers, and really led, I guess in this particular one was really led by pediatricians, there's a move really to an understanding that actually if we want to have better outcomes for children, we need to look back a little bit and see how the mother's health is doing, especially during pregnancy and then during childbirth. And so the conceptual framework of really looking at which newborns are at the greatest risk of dying came from that. And so we've been looking conceptually at it as low birth weight infants, so those infants who are born small, weighing less than 2,500 grams. But over time, we realized that this doesn't really cover all the at-risk newborns. And so the new concept that this series is bringing out is that we have a concept called the small, vulnerable newborns. So these are newborns who are born too early or too small. Some of them may be too early and too small. And so therefore, bringing these numbers together, there are 35 million in total.
35 million what?
Newborns who are small and vulnerable, who are born every year. And so bringing these numbers together really helps us galvanize the policymakers, the efforts from policymakers, funders, to really say, look, this is a big problem. And before we used to just look at those who are born alive, but now what our series is showing is that we've also included those who are born stillbirth, as in when they're born they're not alive, but they've still been born small and vulnerable. And so I think really bringing that to the forefront is the purpose of this work that we've done.
What is too soon?
So too soon, as you quite rightly say. So gestation is, the number of weeks that, a child is in the mother's womb from conception right through to birth. And for normal term, we expect an infant and fetus to remain in the womb for 37 weeks. But if they're born before 37 weeks, then we say they're born too soon. And those infants are all at risk of different problems, depending on how early they've been born.
Okay. So, I mean, of course, there's so many questions that come up to this. But one of the things that you said is that, punching below our weight, no pun intended, when it comes to these children. But then we're saying that there's a target that should be hit. That almost says that there's something that can be done about this particular issue. And sometimes you say, well, a woman is pregnant, that there's very little she has control over. But we're saying that there is something that can be done about these children that are born too small or too soon. And is that what we are saying? That there actually are interventions then that can be introduced to stop this from happening?
Correct. And I think that really almost is the first step of this series, really to highlight the fact that when we practice medicine now, we're trying to practice it not based on expert opinion only, but based on the evidence that we get from the research. And so within this series, all the research that has been done around these 8 interventions that are highlighted was reviewed and summarized in the series. And indeed, during pregnancy, so this series highlights the interventions that can be done during pregnancy to prevent these infants from being born small and vulnerable. So there are 8 in total. Now, we know that WHO recommends that women have 8 contact visits with a healthcare provider, 8 contacts with a healthcare provider. In Kenya, I think...
During pregnancy?
During pregnancy, absolutely. In Kenya, I think we at the moment, the recent Kenya Demographic Health Survey shows that, a good proportion, probably about 60% of women will get 4 visits. But obviously, we need to have a few more.
There should
visits.
be 8.
8 contacts with a healthcare provider, so they don't necessarily have to be visits.
Okay.
8 contacts. Now, during these visits, obviously, what we are pushing for in our series is that the visits need to have, we need to provide quality care for pregnant women during these visits. And so the interventions that we've highlighted, we know that for majority of women, particularly in Africa, they will not receive those interventions during these contact visits. And so what we are pushing for is for efforts and investments to be put in so that all women have access to these interventions. So one of them is, for example, micronutrient supplementation, which women in high-income countries will receive as, a blanket intervention. In low-income countries, including in Kenya, women who are able to afford it will have access to that. But women who come from impoverished communities will not have access to that. So we have a group of women who will not have access to all these interventions that we've highlighted that are evidence-based that could prevent.
I think even sounds complicated already. Micronutrients supplementation.
Yes.
What's that?
So micronutrients are vitamins and minerals that enhance both the way the body works and the way babies grow. So, for example, the common ones that we know are iron, zinc, folate. Yeah, those are the common ones. But you have when you have a package of micronutrient supplements, you have about 15 of them combined together. And a lot of research has shown that these are, certainly from our series as well, that if women are given appropriate amounts of micronutrient supplements, in addition to all the other interventions that we've stated in the series, that there is potential for us to actually reduce the number of newborns who are born small and vulnerable.
Supplements.
Yes.
What do you mean, supplements?
So supplements are, we would like women to have a healthy diet during pregnancy. Often, there will be things lacking, but pregnancy is a unique part. I'm a pediatrician, so I'm not going to claim to be an expert in talking about pregnancy. But certainly from my point of view as a pediatrician, we know that as the fetus is growing, there are extra requirements on the woman. And so these micronutrient supplements just help to enhance that process of the growth of the fetus, but also keep the woman healthy.
And are these micronutrients available in the foods people eat? Or are we saying that in case the diet that the pregnant woman is on doesn't have them, then you need to give them a boost?
Yeah, so I think pregnancy is a unique time. And as I say, I'm not an expert in pregnancy because I'm a pediatrician. But we know that because of, as I've said before, even if you're having a generally healthy diet that you'd expect to have all the general nutrients, you need a boost during pregnancy. And just because, as I say, you have that growing fetus in you. And I think, certainly from the research that we highlighted in this series, that all pregnant women require this micronutrient supplementation in addition to obviously the diet that they're having in order to prevent the small and vulnerable newborn. Now, in communities where women are not really able to access a healthy diet, the series also shows that those women need to have supplementation, so additional protein and energy supplements in combination with the micronutrient supplements in order to avoid having a small and vulnerable newborn.
I want to take you back to something you said. This relates to children who are born small. Okay? That presupposes that there is a size that is considered normal, isn't it? Okay? Now, does this then contribute to the size that someone can grow to in later years? And if you're born small, what is it? I mean, is it genetic that perhaps your parents were not huge in body, and so genetically you start off small? Or is it again this same issue of what it is that your mother ate or what is your mother eats? What is it?
I think it's a combination. It's quite a complex mix of all these factors that you've quite clearly mentioned. What our series focuses in on is that when you say small, it means when babies are born, they have a weight that's lower than other other babies in there with that gestation. So we say 10% below the 10th percentile. Now, if you're born small, we know that this is very much from research that in the long term, catching up may not be so easy. Some will, especially if you're in an environment where a child is able to thrive. But if you're not, then in terms of the long-term outcomes, you're more likely to get, for example, heart disease, diabetes, and things like that. But in addition to that, when you look at it at a child level, there are issues around this, the neurodevelopment and how a child develops intellectually. If you're born small, you're likely to have, kind of like your ability to learn will be a bit slower. And that means in the long term, your ability to earn and an income for your family becomes lower. So I think what we are, in this series, what we are looking at the small and vulnerable newborn topic as a life course. We're looking at it as a life course approach, starting in pregnancy, through to birth, through to the newborn, but also really looking at what the long-term outcomes will be if we do not address this issue urgently.
So are we seeing a direct correlation? And when we say born small, essentially, this is in the same line as being born prematurely. So there's premature in terms of time.
Too early.
And then there's premature in terms of size, right? So that's 1A. So 1B would be, do we see a direct correlation between this prematurity at birth and these things that you've talked about? Can we actually see numbers and say, if 100 children were born and 50 of them were born prematurely, the majority of that 50 will present with some of these issues that you've talked about?
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, we'd be able to tease that out. And just to clarify that, when you're born small, you may not be... when you're born small, you may not necessarily be premature.
Right.
So that's the complexity in terms of how we've tried to bring out the new conceptual framework. So you can be premature but not small for your age.
Yeah, I think the tallest man in the world is 7 feet, and he was born at something like 30 weeks.
That's right. That's right. Our challenge in our context is that, and that's what the series also kind of like tries to highlight, is that our measurements are not accurate enough for us to make those predictions right now, because for majority of women pregnant women will not have an ultrasound scan, and we know the ultrasound scan will give us the most accurate assessment of gestation. So they will not have that. In addition to that, when babies are born in a lot of our hospitals, they will not have an accurate measurement of their birth weight. So often that data is not there for us to predict. So with the current estimates that we have, often from data that is not as good as we'd like it to be, we know that we have data, majority of these small small and babies who are born small and early, we've classified them as low birth weight babies just because we are missing all those specifics in the accuracy. A large proportion of them, some studies have shown that up to 66% of those will have some form of neurodevelopmental impairment by the age of 2 years. But that's really from data that, as we are saying, is not adequate in terms of enabling us to really make those accurate estimates. So what we are calling for is more accurate estimates, more accurate measures, so that we can make better predictions in terms of their long-term outcomes, and then put more interventions in place for these babies when they're born.
I guess measurement is another intervention then.
Correct. It is another intervention, and actually...
Of the 8.
Yes, absolutely. And actually, what a recent study that's been published from Kemri in Kisumu have shown that actually just by measuring, that makes a big difference. And we are definitely underestimating the numbers
but then,
at the moment.
This measurement, from what points are we starting to measure? You've mentioned things like ultrasound during pregnancy, so that you know the gestation and how it's going. You've talked about at birth and weighing the child, knowing their weight, knowing all those things. So at what point are we starting to measure, and what are you advocating?
Okay, so as I say again, I'm not an obstetrician to measure it, but certainly I think as early as possible, especially for women, once women, feel that they're pregnant, then they really need to attend healthcare facilities to identify. We would like to measure in the first trimester, so almost that first 3 months. It would be great to be able to start measurements then. But certainly my obstetric colleagues will be able to give you a more refined answer to that question. For the newborn, it's immediately they're born. We would like them. So not immediately, because obviously there are other things that need to take place when a newborn is born. Skin to skin with the mother, the breastfeeding needs to start. But when all that is done, within the first 24 hours, we need to have an accurate weight for that baby that's recorded appropriately so that we can then track the progress of that infant.
It sounds like a myth to a lot of women, because now we are talking about the actual experience. I mean, there's the science of it, but a woman who pregnant at some point or another will change in her desires for food. And we've also seen that bears weight on her nutrition. Now, there's also the thought in the minds, you'd be surprised, a lot of women who feel, look, the system has already been created. It is there. The child is going to get the nutrients that they need, whether I eat or not, whether I snack on cookies because that's what I'm craving, or whether I eat green vegetables or chalk, whatever. The thought in the mind is that, look, the child will get what it needs. The umbilical cord connects us both and we are fine. Are we now saying that from what we've been able to see, that is just not true?
That's right. I think in terms of certainly the way we're going in terms of practicing medicine, we're trying to have a more integrated approach. So when you come, for example, when pregnant women come for clinics, it's not just seeing obviously the medical teams who will sort out the ultrasound scan and all the other things, but actually seeing people who are experts in nutrition to actually assess what the quantities are these adequate and what else do you need. But certainly, as I've said, the multiple micronutrient supplementation, that is required in pregnancy, just as all women now receive iron and folate. So what our series is showing that this is superior to the iron and folate. So it would replace the iron and folate supplementation. I think just to answer your question in summary, I think when women feel they're having, they feel they're having enough, they probably are not, and actually really need to seek medical help and attention to get that advice that they need for a healthy baby. So we want a healthy mother in pregnancy to get a healthy baby.
Right. And for that healthy baby then to also become unhealthy adults.
Correct.
Okay. So the journey of you and where you are right now basically was impacted a lot by the journey of your mother during pregnancy. That's what we're saying.
Correct.
And it's important then that for all of us to think about that journey of a mother, a pregnant woman, and what she's going through as she is nurturing the baby in her womb.
Yeah.
That's a conversation we're having this morning with Dr. Helen Nabwera, who is an associate professor, physician scientist at the Aga Khan University. She's part of a global team of experts who've been working on some new research that they've recently published, right?
Yes.
And it's looking at that journey and what happens to children, babies, as they're developing in their mother's womb.
Correct.
And at birth. You're calling that concept small what?
And vulnerable newborns.
Small and vulnerable newborns.
Yes.
All right, let's continue this conversation shortly. What do you need to know? We'll be talking about it.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Jimmy Gathu live. This is a man's show where we talk about politics, men talk, sports, anything that spells man. Does your partner communicate in any way? Be it financially, be it sexually, be it heart to heart. That's a communication that you will never hear in a marriage counseling session.
So the most important thing is just be honest with yourself.
Jimmy Gathu Live happens every Saturday from 2 to 7.
Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This is how we get down.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 16 degrees, highs of 22 and lows of 13. We'll see lows of 13 as well in a partly sunny Nakuru, going to highs of 27. It's cloudy at 16 in Nyeri, highs of 24 and lows of 14, and partly sunny at 18 in Eldoret, highs of 23 and lows of 12. Mombasa is sunny at 28. It'll go to highs of 30, and we'll see the same in Malindi. It's partly sunny at 23 in Kisumu, highs of 29, and 27 will be the high in a mostly sunny Kakamega at 21. It's 22 and sunny in Kampala, and sunny at 28 28 in Dar es Salaam. At 18 degrees, Johannesburg is sunny, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 30 in a mostly cloudy Lagos. It's 25 and sunny in Kinshasa with highs of 33. It'll come down to lows of 23. Friday afternoon is sunny at 28 in Beijing, and it's sunny at 16 this morning in Paris, sunny at 12 in London. Clear conditions for now in New York, still Thursday night. Coming into Friday, highs of 22 and lows of 26.
Spice up your life.
Jogger Road is slightly busy. Landis is a lot busier as you try to get towards the city. Getting off onto Haile Selassie, we're looking at in and outbound traffic. The Thika Superhighway, much better now, just at that little junction where Pangani meets Muthaiga Square. Coming out of Westlands, I think we've seen the worst of it, and getting out of traffic are in right about now. Keeping an eye on things through the morning and indeed through Friday, Spice FM KE on X.
Business news with Spice FM.
This is the business news. I'm Leah Ubaga. The Treasury has disclosed that excise duty on fuel will be revised by April next year in a move that mirrors one of Kenya's commitment under an International Monetary Fund financing deal. The draft medium-term revenue strategy for the period between June 2024 and June 2017 shows the excise duty on petroleum products will be reviewed to address the negative externalities or negative effects of consuming these fuels. Alcohol, cigarettes, betting and sugar-based product taxes are expected to rise in what the Treasury ties to promoting healthy living and curbing other negative effects such as addiction. The disclosures in the draft 3-year tax revenue strategy starting July 2024 will see tax rises leading to an increase in the prices of listed products. Treasury further says that the government will review the tax regime for sugar-sweetened non-alcoholic beverages to base taxation on sugar content to discourage consumption and prevent obesity and dietary related non-communicable diseases. UNICEF is looking to fill a gap of 15.9 billion shillings to facilitate its interventions in marginalized communities in Kenya, including women and children, according to a new report. The UNICEF report, dubbed Humanitarian Situation Report, shows that as at June 2023, the organization had received 4.2 billion shillings for critical life-saving and protective interventions for families in the arid and semi-arid lands, urban informal settlements, and in refugee settlements in the country, translating to 21% of the required 20.1 billion shillings. That's the business.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Dr. Helen Nabuera continues. We're talking about small and vulnerable newborns, and their journey to birth begins with their journey from conception and how they are developing in their mother's womb. And you're saying very many things. One, many of the people that you studied and you actually have seen in Kenya, statistics are showing that many women will have contact with a healthcare provider at least 4 times during pregnancy. And this is just in Kenya. Similar numbers in sub-Saharan Africa?
Yeah, I think it's difficult. Sub-Saharan Africa is quite complex because, especially because of the humanitarian crises in various countries. And our series also brought that out, that actually special measures and investments need to be put in those settings because actually their outcomes will be a lot worse than what we see. So we suspect that the contact visits in some of those countries, especially in having a humanitarian crisis, will be even lower. Some countries will be doing, better. Certainly, possibly countries such as, Botswana, where the healthcare system is quite strong, will be doing better. Yeah.
Apart from nutrition, what are these other risk factors that would lead to small vulnerable newborns?
Yeah. So one of the others that we highlighted in this was infections during pregnancy. And for a number of these, one of the infections is a bacterial infection in the urine that the women may not even know they have. And so that requires an assessment by a medical expert, really. So hence the need for them to attend for these pregnancies, attend clinics to have their pregnancies assessed properly. The other infection that, obviously will be quite common in Kenya is malaria. And what the series highlights is that we need to, number one, treat any of these infections promptly, but also prevent them. So, for example, malaria, we know that insecticide-treated bed nets will be quite effective in preventing pregnant women from getting malaria. So those are the kind of like the key highlights, in addition to the nutrition component.
How do these contribute to then that low birth? What's the connection? So these infections, yes, why would then the baby be born too early? Or why would the baby be born too soon?
Yeah, so the series has a paper that really just focuses in on the mechanisms. A lot of them we are still, doing research on to fully understand. But what we know is that when a woman has an infection, there's something called inflammation. So her hormones that, her body system will be fighting that infection. And when the body system is fighting infection, what is compromised are the hormones that then promote growth.
Okay.
So we think that while there's all this fighting, there's stress.
There's a war on one
side.
There's
a war. So the hormones that are, that are raised to fight the war against the infection, if they overwhelm the other hormones that are, promoting growth, then you have a baby who's not growing well.
It's like a diversion of resources.
Correct.
Resources are being taken by the body to Ukraine.
Yes.
And so Africa gets affected.
Yes.
Okay. Hypertension. And we hear about this preeclampsia and all. Is it a factor as well here?
Yeah, so preeclampsia is an important one. So I'm going to divert you there because I'm not an expert in preeclampsia because I'm a pediatrician. But it is in terms of when you look at especially preterm birth, certainly as pediatricians, when we are looking back into the history of why this baby has been born preterm, preeclampsia is an important one. The series does highlight that somewhat, but in terms of intervention specifically for preeclampsia, the evidence is is there. But as I said, yes, a very important topic to discuss, but I'm not the expert to discuss preeclampsia.
But go ahead and do.
What happens when an intervention has to take place for a child to be born early? And it could be complications with that, where an obstetrician will have to go in and remove baby to save both lives.
Yeah.
And obviously that will have an effect on the nutritional development of this baby, which is now some of the things we're trying to avoid by having an early baby, right? So what happens then to then be able to make sure that this child still gets to that percentile?
Yeah. So there are two aspects. You've highlighted obviously nutrition, which is really key for these babies when they're born early. The other aspect is other complications, particularly breathing difficulties. And what this series highlights is that actually at that point where you cannot avoid that baby coming, you can provide things called steroids to that pregnant woman to help mature the baby's lungs so that when they are born, their breathing is not so labored. Yeah, so that's one. And then the other one is to slightly delay what they call delayed cord clamping. So just delay cutting that, clamping that cord before releasing that baby from the mother. That again has been shown to, to be quite effective, reducing, for example, incidence of anemia.
What's delay? How long?
So 3 minutes. Is delay.
Minutes.
Good question.
Wow. I was going to say
3 minutes.
Day.
3 minutes. So instead of rushing and saying, oops,
I was thinking a month.
So delay, yeah. So that's a good question. So I think those are the things that, at birth, the obstetrician can actually do to support us in terms of when the baby is born, what we need to do. Neonatal nutrition for these small and vulnerable newborns when they're born is really critical. Breast milk is best in this case as well, but obviously there needs to be support in providing that breast milk. And certainly in our setting, there's still we still have a bit of a long way to go to really optimize that aspect of supporting women in those first few hours to ensure that baby gets the nutrition that they really need, even though especially because they've been born small and vulnerable.
At what age does a child stop going to a pediatrician?
Yeah, it's a good question. It depends. We say 18. Pediatricians really struggle letting go of children who they're looking after. We really struggle with that. Normally, it's 18. Sometimes we go
18
beyond 18 years of age. Sometimes Sometimes it's earlier. It depends on how mature that child is. Sometimes it's late, especially if they've got an ongoing problem that you've been managing for a long time, and the family really, trust you. Then sometimes that's prolonged.
You have.
It's a good question.
You have neonatal experts, huh? Then you have pediatricians. Do you have adolescent practitioners?
Yeah. So. Adolescent health is a growing specialty. I think there's a realization that adolescents have their unique challenges, so we cannot treat them like children anymore, and we cannot treat them as full adults. And so I think there's a growing group of experts who just focus in on adolescent health, which is quite complex in itself.
So when they determine the age at which pediatricians, now generally speaking, manage the lives of children, what are they looking at? The developmental process of their brains and their capacity, or the chronological process that they've gone through? What are you mixing? But what are you looking at?
It depends. So for the small, if you go to the small and vulnerable newborns, what you want to see as you're following them up over time, especially in those first 24 months, but also normally the first 5 years, you want to make sure that they're growing appropriately, that they're getting adequate nutrition to grow both in height but also in terms of weight, and that they're proportionate, because you don't want them to become obese, because then that again increases their risk of cardiovascular, of heart problems and things later on. We also want to make sure that in terms of their development, so not just intelligence, their ability to move, their ability to do just function in life as normal as you would. So we are preparing them for school. So we want to ensure that they're prepared for school. And if they've got problems, for example, with vision, seeing, which quite a number of preterm infants may have, or a problem with hearing, we detect that early and we put measures in place to ensure that these children are ready for school.
When you talk about everything we're talking about,
yeah,
there's the period of time when the child is within the mother, okay? Now, everything we're saying seems to focus on nutrition and health. Now, what is it that interferes with the health directly? Probably diseases. So within that ecosystem, if a mother is predisposed towards some diseases, I suspect the child will also be affected in one way or the other. But there's something else, because we're talking about stunted growth. There's what you call a social stimulation, the environment. Now, when one grows up, when one has started growing, where they live specifically,
yeah,
that stimulation within that,
absolutely,
that also influences them enormously, does it not?
Absolutely. And that's really a really critical point that you raise. Yes. And we see that difference even, within, when we do research within sub-Saharan Africa, that you find children who are, grow up in a less adverse environment, even if they are born small and vulnerable, have better outcomes than those who grow up in impoverishment. And so, part of what we are calling for in this series, but also in our ongoing research, is that we're able to make, to support families whose children are growing up in these communities to have, again, more stimulation, added resources to ensure that, we give them the best chance at being, growing and attaining their full developmental potential, but also growth potential, but also ongoing health outcomes as well. That's a really good point. I think the issue of social inequities is really critical in this whole process. Yeah.
I'm thinking about what you talked about earlier, and I think that because there could be a pain point where we're saying that a child born early and born small then faces the risk of certain complications later on in life and this is based on nutrition, right? Kind of like when you say somebody is deprived of oxygen for a period of time, it causes untold damage. Yeah. Now, if this damage comes as a result of nutrition, what's to stop reversing the problem by giving the right nutrition after this child has been born? Yeah. Can you reverse this?
Yeah, I think that's what we attempt to do as pediatricians, that we really try and optimize their nutrition once they're born. We may not fully reverse what's happened. We not fully reverse the adverse outcomes, but certainly we can mitigate and make them, kind of like alter their path going forward. But I think really the emphasis for this series is just that you know, if we can prevent, then by the time they're born, we can continue optimizing and really optimizing their outcomes. But yeah, I think it's a good point. We can't fully reverse. We can absolutely try and optimize that nutrition to enhance their growth and development.
An area of concern is also where the majority of these mothers are domiciled. In terms of their access to healthcare and this information, in terms of their access also to proper nutrition. We can't run away from that fact. That there are already predisposing factors that make this whole problem even worse.
Correct.
We're dealing with so many things at the same time.
Yes.
And even as the finger is being pointed at us to say, look, let's get these numbers up. Or in this case, get these numbers down. That nutrition is going to be an issue because of poverty. Nutrition is going to be an issue because of knowledge and information. And also when we look at something like universal health coverage, which is being discussed today, that they are predisposed to this and almost that there's nothing we can do. So how is this being looked at vis-a-vis the reality on the ground in terms of access?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the series, obviously, we've highlighted the 8 evidence-based interventions that can work. But in work that's been done before, the Every Newborn Action Plan and things, I think there's really that realization that unless we address the social determinants of health, we are unlikely to, get the gains that we are hoping for. And so what our series really highlights is that yes, indeed, we need to invest in these interventions, but we also need to address the issues around social inequity and the social determinants of health, and to ensure that there's equity in access to healthcare for all women, not just women who can afford to pay for it, but for all women. And I think, for many African countries, and I would say Kenya included, we still have some way to go in terms of making that possible for all women.
Do these supplements need to come packaged? Or is there something that women can be advised in various communities? Make sure that when a woman is pregnant, they're having this kind of diet and then they eat a lot more of, plus those rocks, plus the...
Yeah, so I think, the rocks used to be... I think in this era of of evidence and things, we can only recommend what we've been able to measure and study and have confidence in. So the multiple micronutrient supplements have to be produced through the pharmaceutical industry. And I think, global partners often, provide that support. But there's a push towards seeing whether actually, countries can produce some of these locally so that they make them more affordable for all women within, for example, our African context. So absolutely, that's been thought. So I can, unfortunately, yes, there's that advice that you can give in terms of nutrition and what to eat, but even with that, you still need the evidence still shows that we still need to give them the micronutrient supplements. So, for example, one of the micronutrients we're talking about is folate, and folate, our diet doesn't, especially in some African communities, doesn't have anywhere near enough folate. And folate is really critical in the way the spine develops in infants. And so you'll find in communities where there's very little folate, there's an increased risk of having babies born with defects on the spine. And so, as I said before, because of that additional requirement for the growth of these infants, we need to add, provide them as additional micronutrient supplements.
The thing I find interesting is, if I were to take what you've just said to its logical conclusion, then I'd be concluding that people who do not have access to some pharmaceutical solution are done for, because you are doomed. There are certain negative outcomes that must visit you. Let me just ask, in all honesty, are we saying that the foods that are available to us on this planet cannot actually provide what the pharmaceutical solutions provide?
I think there's always ongoing research in terms of seeing, okay, what is best and what can we do better. So as you know, where we are now, we know that yes, a woman would, you know, would advise her to get an adequate diet, but they still need these, they still need these additional micronutrient supplements in order, particularly from this series, to avoid having a small and vulnerable newborn. But I also have talked about the other complications that potentially could happen. I know that dependency, I guess, on the pharmaceutical industry, you could, that's a discussion for another time. It is a topic on its own, but it's like I would look at micronutrient supplements as almost like a medicine that woman needs to have for a safe pregnancy.
You know where I'm going at this? I'm looking at very many pharmaceutical products. Many of them are derived from plant extracts, or they are derived from living creatures, living things. Now, there are some which are perhaps just laboratory enhanced and made. I understand all that. But the idea that, I'm not saying that it is not true, it's the idea that in the absence of the pharmaceutical intervention, one is doomed. I'm using a strong term because I want to amplify this. That is a rather serious doomsday scenario as far as I'm concerned. Yes, because I'm looking at people who live in resource-starved places, whether they're in the urban areas or in the rural areas, where access to a healthcare facility, I think you know where I'm going with this. And I'm thinking, so what happens to these people?
Yeah, and I think that's what the series is all about. And I think that's it. There shouldn't be a woman who cannot access a healthcare facility. That shouldn't be happening. And we know that if that happens, if a woman is not able to access the healthcare that she needs during her pregnancy, then she's likely to have an adverse outcome. Yes, both for her own health, but also for the health of her newborn. And that is it. When we've in one of the papers, it's a call to action. It's a call to action in terms of, yes, changing policies to incorporate these key interventions that we've mentioned, but it's also a call to action to improve the quality of care and make healthcare accessible to all women, irrespective of where they are.
This accessibility to healthcare is being touted quite a lot, and my hope is that it actually becomes a reality when we look at UHC. So, but practice before has been to implement the operation of CHVs, or CHPs as they're called, community health volunteers, community health practitioners, within the country, who will then be on a stipend. Would you see this as an intervention whereby because you talk about the 8 contacts that should be had in pregnancy for a woman, wouldn't this be a place where this information could actually be shared? Because I could be wrong, but I feel that a lot of this is because of lack of information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that where that could come in?
No, absolutely. And I think when WHO set out to do this, there's a move towards not just providing healthcare in healthcare facilities. To improve access, we've got to strengthen what's happening at the community level. And yes, indeed, those contact visits, some of them can happen at home, but you need to have an informed healthcare provider to provide that quality. So we want good quality care at the health facility, but also at the community level. So it's ensuring that we are equipping them enough with the knowledge to actually provide the care, the optimal care that these women need during pregnancy. Yeah.
But the data that you started with was 1 in 4 births across the globe.
Yes.
You said it's amplified more in sub-Saharan Africa, in Africa and in Asia.
Yes,
but it's across the globe.
Yes.
Even in those societies where they have access to healthcare, they have access to diet, they have access to all these things. So what is it that causes the SVNs in those other economies?
Yeah. So again, I'm not going to veer too much from my area of expertise, but certainly conditions, complications in pregnancy such as preeclampsia that you'd mentioned before will contribute towards that. I think the global pattern in terms of what the risks are, we've talked about the relevant ones, but the numbers, if you look at the actual numbers, the majority will be happening here. So certainly in high-income countries, complications such as preeclampsia, but women with more complicated problems are being supported to go into pregnancy as well. So that could contribute. But as I say, that's not my area of expertise. But the focus really for this series was, yes, it was global, but it was really highlighting where we need to put the investments to address this problem. And that's in Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia.
Can I ask a simple question?
Yeah.
This study that you conducted.
Yeah.
Okay. Methodology.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It wasn't one particular study, so it was basically pooling together. So it's something called, we pull together research studies that have already been done, synthesize them, bring them together, and then come up with a summary endpoints in order to influence policy. Yes. So it was that kind of, I would say, desk-based. So you're using what's already out there, the data that's already been collected and published, and you're using it then, pulling it together, using it then to inform policy. And it's very powerful when you have the large numbers, especially when you're pulling data from different settings, to bring that together to then help inform
So what
policy.
do you call this consortium that you've just referred to?
So it's a small and vulnerable newborn consortium.
So essentially what you're saying is it's comparing, contrasting outcomes that have already been proved in other studies and looking at the directions in which they purpose to go and the outcomes, and then looking at how this relates to this very specific area that you're talking about.
Correct, because when you do research, depending on the context you're doing it in and when you do it and how you're doing it, sometimes the findings you can get different findings and then you get quite confused. So this method that we've used is really pulling together all these sometimes contrasting findings, pulling them
from
together.
Different parts of the world.
Yes, pulling them together to then get a definitive answer to the questions that we raised.
The thing about research tends to be specific.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're looking at something specific. Now, what didn't they cover?
No more questions, City.
All right, sorry.
Time is over.
Next time, when you come back, we'll start with that question.
We can focus on research.
Yes.
Can focus on research.
Child health research.
Dr. Ari, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Helen Nabwera is an associate professor, physician scientist at the Aga Khan University. We've been talking about this research that's been conducted by various experts across the globe, something that they're calling small and vulnerable newborns, and what can be done to address that. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Have a lovely weekend. I'll not be in from Monday, but Ndu and Siti will be here, certainly. Enjoy. It's 10 a.m.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. As Kenyans continue to reel from the effects of the all-time high fuel prices announced by the government, Trade Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria is asking the public to tighten their belts and be ready for even higher prices at the pump in the coming months. Kuria says fuel prices in the country will continue to rise by at least 10 shillings every month until February next year. If CS Kuria's pronouncement is anything to go by, fuel prices in the country will soon retail for at least 250 shillings a litre. The latest EPRA prices have seen that super petrol has increased by 16 shillings, 0.96 cents, diesel by 21 shillings